Well, hello everybody! How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Are you having a weird time? Doing things a little different today. Also, right off the bat, thank you to Duckman for the Prime hype and for the 10 gifted subs. He was so excited, he couldn't even wait for the stream to begin. The Give Joe Money Challenge has taken to new heights. Have a good one, Biani. And yeah, today's weather, a new band I just discovered. Apparently they've been kind of popping off. Their name is Angine de Poitrine. I don't speak French. They're Canadian. And I had to do the music video because they look like this. It's a very unique style. You know, what I will say is AI can suck it. No computer would ever design something like this. Have you ever tried to push pure Shadalls up the ladder? No. It's all up to the patrons. It depends what they pick, but Shadalls haven't gotten support recently, so there's not a bunch of stuff. Do you like Glass Animals? Is that a band? It sounds like a band. I've never heard of them. But yeah, they're a duo. Just the two of them, but holy shit, do they make some crazy music. And the thing is, I forget, I was watching like a reaction to this, and someone's like, the weird thing about them is that their music starts weird, and then it gets more normal as it goes along. Like, you see something like this, and you expect some weird, like, art house music, and for the first 10 seconds, it kind of feels like that. And then they get into, like, a real-ass, like, rockin' groove that is just, like, really nice to listen to. And the interesting, I guess the most interesting about it is that, like, they're doing this, but they're also using really odd time signatures. They're using an effects pedal that's, like, bigger than my first apartment. They're using a microtonal guitar, which, if you don't know, usually a guitar, I believe, has, like, 12 notes on it. Like, each string can make 12 different sounds, or maybe 24. That's the standard scale in Western music. And theirs has a bunch of, like, frets in between those notes, so they can hit the notes between the notes. They're really good. You should check them out. I will add them to my list. And so it's like, if you had told me that, like, microtonal music in 4/7 made by two guys would be, like, a bop, I would be like, how? But somehow they did it. It sounds like nothing I've ever heard before, and yet it sounds so familiar. I quite enjoy it. If you like instrumental music at all, or if you just want a refreshing breath of air, something that's just like cool and weird, check that out. Anyway, let's go ahead. Where's the window capture? I should get these guys off screen before I scare anyone else away. Where's it at? What the heck? Oh, there it is. Okay. And then Space Cat gave me a link. I didn't want to click on it. Glass Animals. A tear in space. Airlock. Interesting. I will check that out later. You know, what's your favorite band / singer? I'm not sure I could just put it down to, like, one. I really like My Chemical Romance. They only have, like, what was it? How many albums do they have? 6? They have 6 albums. Oh, one second. It's The first one that no one, well, some people care about it. I never really liked it all that much. 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. They had the Black Parade. They had Danger Days. And then they had Conventional Weapons, which was like a... Okay, so they have five albums. You know, they're not the most prolific artist, but 3 of those albums are albums that I can listen to from start to end, and just every song on the album is like a good song. They're like all bangers. Like, you give me the... I'm thinking of like a band like Metallica. Metallica has some damn good songs, but I find when I listen to their albums, it's like 1 or 2 really good songs on albums, or per album, and then a lot of like filler stuff that I just can't really get into. That just doesn't have the same hook as like the singles. And with My Chemical Romance, it's not like that. It's just banger after bang, just a whole album of bangers. I also really like, what was it? I really like AFI, but it's hard to say the same thing about them because they have a career that spans like 40 years at this point, and they have like 12 albums, and there's really just 3 that I really like, once again. But unlike My Chemical Romance, where it's like, they had a rough start, 3 god-tier albums, and then like a rough finish, AFI has been like 10 years of being alright, 3 awesome albums, and then another 10 years of being kind of alright, but in a different way. What about They Might Be Giants? I guess I need to sit down and listen to their albums at some point. I do have a list of like I went through a thing where I just listened to a lot of their more popular songs, whether they're popular with fans or just popular among like actual singles or whatever. And I got enough music from them that I could make like a best of They Might Be Giants that would probably include like 20 songs. So maybe if I sit down and listen to everything, I'll find that they have like completely great albums. But I do remember I listened to their biggest album, I believe, is The Flood. That's the one that has like Particle Man. It has Istanbul, not Constantinople. It has Minimum Wage. Ah! But there's also like I listen to that, it's like, there's some that are just kind of meh. It's just Flood. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's what strikes me about, like, I remember listening to, they had that new Dial-A-Song thing, and every song, I listened to that, and, like, every song was mediocre except for The Communist Have the Music. And that one was great. And, like, so I just kind of get this idea because they come out with so much music. They Might Be Giants is just kind of like, they just throw everything at the wall. And some of it sticks, and when it does stick, it's really good. But they've also just got like a bunch of stuff that was just like an experimentation they decided to release as a song. Whatever I like goes into a giant liked playlist. But are they giants? They might be. Steam Powered Giraffe? Yeah. Steam Powered Giraffe is another like I could... the thing is, I don't think there's a Steam Powered Giraffe album where I like every song on it. There's always a couple that I skip. But the fact that I could name like 3 or 4 Steam Powered Giraffe albums and sing several songs off of them they're probably in my top 5. I guess that's the better way to, like, if I had a top 5 musical artist, it'd probably be My Chemical Romance, AFI, Steam Powered Giraffe, the Dream Theater's got to go on there, and maybe Linkin Park? Probably Linkin Park. There's a chance I'm forgetting someone. But Linkin Park's great. And then, like, and those are, like, Yeah, I would put those are like bands where like I know entire albums by them and I would gladly listen to an entire album by them. The new Linkin Park too? Yeah, new Linkin Park is great. This is what you ask for, heavy is the crown. Emptiness Machine is great. Things Fall Apart. Yeah, there's like tiers. There's like bands that have good albums, bands that consistently put out like good music every time they release an album, bands that have several good songs, and bands that have one good song. Stuff and things? Yeah, we're doing all sorts of stuff and things. The only artist I've ever gone out of the way to listen to the whole album is AJR. I was, for a while, I was dating a girl who lived a couple states away, and it was a 4-hour drive to go visit her. I was like, old heads will remember this, but this was like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. But I made a habit of, if I was going to drive 4 hours, I would ask friends or I would just get albums, and I would take that time to listen to an entire album. Soft Leg wasn't that long ago, yeah. So I had a 2-year period where it was like every couple months I would get like 6 albums and listen to them from start to finish. It's so sad when you're really into a song, start listening to the band and realize they only have one song. Yeah. That was, I think I mentioned that it was, I See Stars, where, like, I found the one song and I was like, wow, this is so fresh. I love this, like, combination of things they're doing. Please do more of this. And then I found out they only had one album that was released, like, 10 years ago. And that one album only has, like, the one song on it that, like, does everything I want it to. And it's like, well, fuck. It's like they made the one album, it didn't do very much, and then they broke up. Like, well. What are things stuffed with? Ricotta? No. I used, what's it called? Mozzarella. Yeah, one of these days we'll make a tier list. Let's see. As for Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, take a bottle and it becomes a glass, and we wonder where it would go. Huh. Oh, I look like a magician. Could have just said I look like a magician. Pardon me. Yeah, we have a new ban list. I made a short about this. I don't use the YouTube shorts very often, but they're really good for exactly the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list, or the Master Duel ban list, because usually they're really, really short and nothing happens. Here we got a relatively big ban list, 8 hits, and they're all SRs and URs. That's a bit surprising. Solemn getting hit because they existed too hard. Yeah. It's fun. I had a little rant, or not a rant, but like a little tangent that I cut out of the video. Why isn't Max C banned? We gotta wait for it to get banned in the OCG first. SRs don't mean much. Generally, they still try not to hit SRs. But it's been weird seeing, like famously, Solemn Judgment was out in, I think, like, Spell Ruler or something? It was, like, the second set or, like, the third set. Like, it was really, really early on in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. And at the time, no one played it. Like, early competitive theory didn't understand the concept of, like, the only life point that matters is the last one. Well, plus, there is an argument to be made, at least back then, that, like, games are longer. Whether or not you can sustain, like, if you pay 4,000 life points, that's like 2 turns that you could have taken hits and maybe drawn into something better. So I remember there's a bunch of people in like GOAT and like Edison where they're like, yeah, Solemn Judgment, maybe not worth it. And then when like GOAT format got serious as like a retro, they realized like, actually you do want to be playing Solemn Judgment if you can. It's absolutely bonkers. Being able to deny your opponent the tempo of a normal summon. Like, do you have any idea how few things can negate a normal summon? And like, because the summon is negated, there's a lot of floating stuff that doesn't work. Keeps those dastardly masochist decks in check. 4,000 to Solemn a BLS, yeah. Yeah, plus, it's one of those things, like, you think about what if you draw at first turn, but, like, what if you draw at late game? What if you only have, like, 500 life points anyway, paying 250 to stop your opponent's one normal summon? Like, you just bought yourself a turn. So, the Solemns went from, like, at 3 for years, despite being great, but no one realizing it. Then everyone realized these were great, and I forget, was Solemn Judgment banned? I don't think it ever was banned. I think it was at 1. Because they always used to talk about the Solemn Brigade. Because you could have 1 Solemn Judgment and 1 Solemn Warning. They're like, you can have it at 1. It's thematically appropriate. And then I remember specifically Solemn Strike came out. And I think like 2015, because I was Yu-Gi tubing then. It was like early in my career. And back then when I had my show What a Deck, one of the goals was I wanted to make a deck that you would be able to play a year from now. I was like, I don't want to play anything that might get banned. So I specifically avoided stuff that seemed obviously broken. So for like 2-3 years, I just did not play Solemn Strike. Because I was like, it's a Solemn card. All the other Solemn cards are at 1. This is just as powerful as the other 2. Clearly they'll put it to 1. And then they brought like Solemn Warning to 2. And I was like, what? And that's when I find like, well, I guess Solemns just aren't very good because you have to go first. And if you're not going first, they're just not very powerful. And then they slowly brought Solemn Judgment back, they brought Solemn Warning back, they both came to 3, because it was just like, yeah, they're good if you win the coin toss, but if you lose the coin toss, you're just kind of screwed. Now people are citing 2 to 3 Solemn Strike, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, right? As Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets more powerful, as the turns, it becomes more and more about the first 2 turns, they've come back around where it's like, yeah, you have to win the coin toss. But if you win the coin toss and you build a board with Solemn Judgment behind it, you just win. Because the only card in the game that stops Solemn Judgment is, I guess there's 2 of them. There's Forbidden Droplet, but you discard a trap card. And there's Red Reboot, which is also limited. And especially like Solemn Strike, right, is like, let's say you go first and you open with Solemn Strike Max C. You do your combo, you make a thing, maybe they ash, you end on like a lighter combo, that's fine. Their turn starts, you activate Max C, they ash, Solemn Strike. Strike the ash. No, I think you will be playing under Max C. Divine Wrath getting better. Not quite. Because then you have to, like, Divine Wrath is only good going turn 3. Yeah, I think these 2, not so much. I'm a little surprised that these both went to 1. But Solemn Judgment is just, like, it negates everything. Dark Ruler no more, evenly matched, Lightning Storm. I guess Super Poly. Super Poly doesn't get rid of the Solemn Judgment, but you can't stop it with Judgment. Like, the number of cards that can deal with a Solemn Judgment is extremely limited. Maybe they were preparing for Solemn Report, maybe. What are your thoughts on limiting Ash Blossom? I think it probably needs to be done at this point, or just banning it. But yeah, as for the people asking why these have been banned, the man with the mark was doing really well in the Duelist Cup. And a lot of those decks were just playing the Solemns. Because, again, if you go first, and you can get any mark, like, you go first with the man, right? The man is such a small engine. Let's say, like, okay, you discard the Anubis to get the man, and they ash it. Okay. Fortunately, you already had a copy of the man. You normal summon it. They imperm it. Alright. Set Solemn Judgment, set Solemn Strike. It seems like you don't got a whole lot going on, but if your opponent has a 4-card hand, and you negate the normal summon, and then they manage to get 2 cards out and go in the extra deck, and you negate the extra deck summon, they're just doomed. You know, Yummy make the link, negate with Solemn Strike. Now it's in the graveyard, they've wasted their normal summon, and they can't summon it back because it was never properly summoned. In the case of Solemn Judgment, yeah, if you go second, this card is kind of dead. Because it doesn't negate monster effects. But in the case of these two, it's really not hard. Like, you know, if you, let's say you're going second with the man, and you've done some stuff, maybe you had like a lightning storm or an evenly or something, or maybe you just managed to like summon a couple things and bait out some of their interaction. You set these two, let's say they have a Barone to floor, and they're like, okay, I'll clean this up. They go to pop, you activate Solemn Strike, Barone's dead. Solemn Warning was the best counter for Radiant Typhoon, yeah. And just in general, it was another, like, it was a thing of people playing the statistics of, like, I'm gonna win the coin toss half the time, and if I win the coin toss and I get Solemn Judgment plus anything else, I win. And they're really trying to make it so that going first doesn't mean you auto-win. So that's why I think Solemn Judgment got hit. Do you think Rescue Ace could be good in this format? I don't know. I have never played Rescue Ace. Less Floodgates, less Solemns, yeah. And then, of course, they hit Cupsy Yummy, which is the starter. It gets rid of some consistency. Stake your soul to 1, loses some consistency. Mitsurugi Prayers to 1, that loses them some consistency. You still got the Habakiri, but you can't search it as well. And then Lucius and Rahu to 1, which is interesting. I wonder why, like, if they're going through this, like, why not just hit Famina to 1 while you're at it? Make everyone's best play starter at 1. Hitting the fake branded fusion. Yeah, so all the big decks took a hit, but this isn't like when they hit the field spell in Ryziel and just killed the deck entirely. Fimina's a 3-card combo. Yeah, I guess. But, like, that 3-card combo is, like, Famina plus any 2 cards in the archetype. Or even, like, Famina plus any card in the archetype plus any monster, including a hand trap. And then if you activate it, you go, like, +6. So I'd argue Mad Love is a better starter than Stake. Cross killed Anamat, Ryziel, Mitsu, Ryziel. Yeah, like, I just haven't seen Ryziel since Cross was hit. They took a normal card and they banned it, and it was like, well, that was how we stopped Nibiru. That was, like, one of our main things that, like, kept us recycling. Semi-limit treasures. And I already talked about this. I was like, well, you know, it lowers And in these cases, like, it lowers consistency, right? But Cupsy already is like any 2 names is combo. Fuck, any 1 name is combo if it resolves. What's it called? Vanquish Soul still has Raisin. They still have the field spell. They still have Holly Sue being able to summon stuff from the deck. They still have Mad Love. Like, they've got plenty of starters. Mitsurugi still has Habakiri, and there's still a million billion ways to search Habakiri. Anything that searches ritual monsters, including Herald of Arclight. So these aren't going to be, like, severely impacted by these. They'll be weaker for sure, but they'll still be top decks. I'm not so sure when it comes to the Man with the Mark, because the Man with the Mark is just 9 cards. You've got the Man, you've got Anubis that searches the Man, and you've got Treasures of the King that searches the Man. The whole thing that made the deck work was that you had a package that was 9 cards to search, like 9 cards that were essentially the same thing, because they all searched each other, plus 1 Garnet in Temple of the Kings. I guess 2 Garnets, Temple of the Kings and the big circuit guy, if you even played those. And then, like, 1 of each trap. And the trap, like, if you drew the 1, it was still good. You didn't have to, like, search it. Maybe 2 of each trap. But it was a very, very small engine, which means you could combine it with all sorts of shit. Primite, what's it called? Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi, Gem Knights, Paleozoic. I don't think Paleozoic was ever meta, but there's a lot of, what was it? Eros was in the DC Cup. He was, like, way up in Master playing something he just called Manslop. That was just, like, a 60-card deck with a whole bunch of shit that was held together by the fact that, like, Man with the Mark was always available, and also baited out all the interaction, because if you allowed it to go through, it got you stuff. So, when all that... Basically what I'm saying is, the Man deck was consistency. That was its main selling point. It was a small, consistent engine. So if you take one piece of that engine and take it out, if you lower its consistency, you significantly weaken it because that's all it has. Man, chicken slop, yeah. Man got hurt because it was being used for stun. Yeah, so I think despite the fact that this is a semi-limit, this probably hurts more than, like, these. Cupsy and Vanquish Soul and Mitsurugi still have a million starters. There's nothing you can replace Treasure of the Kings with. There's not another card that, like, searches the Man with the Mark and sets Apophis from the deck. Well, I guess Sudden Thunder Swamp, but you have to discard for that. Prayers to 1 makes Mitsu really hard to play. Does it? I guess that is, like, what they would do, right, is, like, Mitsurugi Prayers. Like, you didn't have to play the Trap card, which can be a brick, because Prayers can just bring back Murakumo and wipe the field, and it tributes stuff. So, like, you could just play, like, 3 Prayers, and it's both a starter and something you search during the combo to set. Oh, Pure Mitsu? Yeah, but Pure Mitsu wasn't doing very good anyway. The 7th one card searches the Man. Yeah, but it locks you out of links and fusions, which is kind of what you want to do. Also, I still have brownies. I made brownies last weekend. They're pretty good. Stun Man doesn't even use the fusion. Does it use links? I made lasagna last night. Yeah, so I think this will hurt more than the rest of these. I mean, this also hurts the Man indirectly. This is good, but I wouldn't expect the meta to change substantially because of it. Exodia got a buff, yeah. This is one of those cases, again, I said this in the short I made, where I was like, I'm still annoyed by this engine. I still think it's really annoying that you have these pile decks that are just like, okay, I'm going to activate this, and if you let me do this, it's full Fiendsmith combo, so you have to stop it. Oh, you stopped it? Okay, well, I've got another thing that doesn't use my normal summon, and it's full Fiendsmith combo if you don't stop it. Or these Tearlament decks where it's like, okay, I have 5 different ways, like, in my hand I have 5 cards, and all of them get to Zombie Vampire if you don't stop me. And then Zombie Vampire not only gets my mills going, but even if I fail, it's still full Fiendsmith combo. We really need to hit Moon of the Closed Heavens. I think that's my big thing. If you hit Moon of the Closed Heavens and brought this back, I would be like, fine. But here I'm like, no, I'm still annoyed by this. I think this could stay banned for a little while longer. They need to ban grass. Grass is fine. Will they ever hit Fiendsmith instead of the things that enable Fiendsmith? You don't need to hit Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith... The Fiendsmith deck is... It's good, but it is not broken by any means. It's not, like, amazingly overpowered. The only reason why Fiendsmith is a problem is because every deck that can get 2 monsters on field can make it. It's the same reason why DPE was a problem for so long. It's just like, any 2 cards make Verte, Verte sends D-Fusion, you get yourself a DPE. Yeah, it's free and it can be put in every deck. And I mean, that's the TCG. The TCG figured out the right thing. You hit Moon of the Closed Heavens, and then Fiendsmith becomes a fun deck to play on its own. That's like another small engine deck that you can combine with a couple other things, or an engine that is used by a select few decks that could honestly use the help. Things like, I think there's a Live Twin that's a Light Fiend. Fabled can go into Fiendsmith combo really easily. Magical Musketeers can go into Fiendsmith. Like, if they want to go into Fiendsmith, that's fine. Because they need the help. What I don't like is... well, to be fair, I don't think any of the main decks are really doing that right now. But, you know, it's really frustrating when you're playing against, like, Azamina White Forest or whatever, and they've already got a million things, and they're like, well, guess I'll just take these 2 monsters and make Moon of the Closed Heavens. Magnet Warriors are on Fiendsmith and the TCG. Goblin Bikers do it through Djinn. Yeah, like, if you want to play Djinn to do that, I think it's funny. Speaking of which, well, first of all, there's a new thing going on. We get one copy or one free pack of Generation of Bravery, which is the new set. It has new masked heroes. It has Conduction Warrior, I'm sorry, this is Magnet Warriors. I mean, it's Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum, which is the Magnet Warriors. Matador Archfiend. I didn't even know there was Archfiend support. Illusion Gate is here. Which, if you haven't read this, you should probably get familiar with this card. This card's going to be like a staple moving forward. It's not going to be a staple in every deck, you know? But it's on par with something like Lightning Storm. It's on par with something like Forbidden Droplet, where there will be decks that will play this at 3 and you will run into it. Matador is from the anime, But yeah, if you're unfamiliar, this is pay half your life points Destroy all the monsters your opponent controls. Then summon one monster from your opponent's graveyard, ignoring its summoning conditions. So it's Raigeki plus Monster Reborn that ignores summoning conditions, but only for your opponent's monsters. It does cost half your life points, and perhaps most importantly, you can only apply this effect once per duel. This is one of those lines that seems like it might, like, I think if you were newer at Yu-Gi-Oh!, this would be a problem. And you will see someone like playing at a YCS where they play Illusion Gate and it really helps them, but the opponent comes back and they're in a top deck war and they top deck the second Illusion Gate. And they just have to like sigh and concede because they can't activate it again. Or more likely, you see them top deck the second Illusion Gate and then they activate it, and neither the judges nor the opponent remember that it's once per duel, and then the opponent scoops, and all the people in chat are like, come on! But yeah, so there is an inherent risk to playing Illusion Gate. Because if the game turns into a grind, you're having trouble. Or if you draw two of them, if you get unlucky. But if you have a go second deck, this seems like a staple. If you just want a nice board breaker, this seems really good. And if your deck has any kind of like discard outlet or any way that they can turn spells into something else, like this is probably worth including. Will people main deck this? Sky Striker, yeah. Maybe like Art Mage. Yeah, I could see maybe Art Mage playing it, although they probably have the decks that would probably play this, I'd imagine, would be decks like Ancient Gears, like Tenpai, any kind of like what's it called? Gem Knights. Can you use Ghost Spell on this? Yes. Because it summons out of the graveyard. Yeah, and I guess more importantly, if you're already playing Thrust, like if you're in a format where Thrust is really powerful, where you're going to be searching spells, like I could easily see this being a one-of, if nothing else. Or like, again, if you're playing board breakers, I could see it being like 2 Lightning Storm, a Feather Duster, and an Illusion Gate. You know? Ancient Gears want the opponent to have monsters. Yeah, but it's the same thing when I played Ancient Gears. It was like, yeah, we're playing Raigeki not because we want to destroy their board, but because we want to bait out their negates. A Raigeki or an Illusion Gate is like a must answer. So if all they have is like a Baronne de Fleur and like 2 other things or whatever, they have to use the Baronne on Illusion Gate or they lose it, and then you can do your plays that you want to do without worrying about the spell trap negate. And Draconic Warrior. You can discard 1 card, summon a level 4 or lower dragon from your hand or deck, but negate its effects. Welcome back, Summoner Monk. I'm glad that Summoner Monk got his old friend. It's just Summoner Monk, but for dragons now. Did Summoner Monk negate the effects? I forget. Isn't that the dice guy, Orgoth, the Relentless? Not quite. Because dragons needed more support. Okay, so this is Summoner Monk, but worse. Although Summoner Monk, you had to discard a spell. This is any card. Yeah, this is one of those cards, like, I'm not sure this was worth a UR. I can't see this being, like, something that's played in a whole bunch of decks. But I'm sure this will see play eventually. Especially if something like, if Ash Blossom ever gets hit. You know, playing this in Master Duel just seems like a death sentence. It's like, have you ever wanted to go -1 for no reason? But it doesn't lock you or anything, so this is like, you know, Draconic Warrior, activate the effect, summon another monster, make Moon of the Closed Heavens. This would have been good in 2012. This would have been, like, ban-worthy in 2012. Like, this is... I do not see this being a staple. I do not see this seeing a whole lot of play. But someday this card will be used in a competitive deck. Someone will find a use for this. Orgoth's cousin, Dave the Relentless. Anyway, I get one free pack, and it's a UR. Let's see what we got in it. Okay. Well, I got Berserkion, the Electro Magna Warrior, which is frustrating. It's not a Magnet Warrior, it's a Magna Warrior. Well, I got Magnet Induction. Okay, for a second I was like, are they all gonna be SRs? 2 Oxygeddons? That's exactly how many you need. Magnetic Field. Contrast Hero Chaos is in here. And he's like, only you can prevent forest fires. Magnet Reverse. And our UR? A hero lives! Hero Olives. Do I have Hero Olives? 1 second. It's my Yu-Gi-Oh folder. Images. Poop. He should be alphabetical. There we go. Hero Olives. If you control no life points, special summon half your deck. It's a Spadicad. And a hero made it, yeah. If you control no face-up heroes, or face-up monsters, pay half your life points. Special summon a level 4 elemental hero from your deck. Cool. I guess I could go over Sandwich Day. If you have a monster in your graveyard, pay 200 life points, draw a card, and reveal it. Then, if it is a monster, apply this effect based on its attribute. An attribute not in your graveyard, draw a card. An attribute in your graveyard, discard 1 card. I can use this in Dark Worlds. Yeah, this seems pretty good. I mean, I guess it depends on how many attributes you play in your deck, but this is just Pot of Greed. Oh good, we got Flux Ashenfield. If you didn't see me in MBT's series where we did Genesis Apocalypse, MBT played, what's it called? Magnet Warriors? And he was like, the Magnet Warrior deck in the OCG is just alright. The Magnet Warrior deck in the TCG is rogue because of this guy. This guy is like TCG exclusive that makes the Magnet Warrior stuff actually do things. It's a level 5 or higher Earth plus a rock. If this card is fusion summoned, special summon a rock from your hand or graveyard. Quick effect, target an Earth monster you control and a card your opponent controls, return them to the hand. Block Dragon is legal, yeah. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I mean, it's barely rogue. I think it has, like, a top 32 somewhere, but it's not like, you know, getting top 4 or anything. But this card alone makes it from, like, pack filler to might stand a chance. I got the Archfiend, we got Draconic Warrior, we got Masked Hero Furnace. From what I've seen, magnets will be a problem. Interesting. It's been getting a lot of regional tops. Conduction Warrior Linear Magnum Plus Minus. Miracle Ejector. This is always treated as an elemental hero card. Sandwich Day, Illusion Gate, Magnet Bonding. During the main phase, activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, so this is a thrice per turn. It has 3 effects, and you can use each effect once. Add a Conductant Warrior Linear Magnum Plus Minus or a level 4 lower Magnet Warrior from your deck to your hand. Add a level 8 Magna Warrior from your deck to your hand. Fusion summon a rock fusion by shuffling the materials from your hand, field, graveyard, or banishment into the deck. That bottom one, that's a powerful one. Acid, Blast, Elemental Hero Thunder Giant Voltic Thunder. Raviel? Huh. Is this one of those Hecka Hands cards I've been hearing so much about? This looks like a weird Pokemon. If this card is in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, pay 1,000 life points, target one other zombie in your graveyard, special summon both it and this card, but their effects are negated, banish them when it leaves the field. If it didn't have that first restriction, this card might actually be playable, but as it stands, I don't think it is. Any card that says you can use this effect next turn, not really going to be useful. Dusk Crow. Fountain. Einroid? This is not a Windroid, so it's not a, like... Oh, wait. No, is this a Roid monster? It's destroyed by Battler card effect. You could send 2 level 4 lower machines from your deck to the graveyard. What the heck is an Ein? Yeah, is it a Vehicuroid? It doesn't look like a vehicle. I mean, it has wheels, I guess. One roid. Yeah. Yeah, Vehicuroids don't have a payoff, though. Like, even if this is more consistency tools for them, they need something they can do with it. Berserkion, Delta. That's an old card. Drill-Armed Dragon. You can send this card and one other wind monster from your hand to the graveyard. For the rest of this turn, all wind dragons gain 300 attack. You can banish any number of dragons that are level 7 or higher and or wind monsters from your graveyard. Add a dragon from your deck to your hand with a level equal to the number of banished, except Drill Dragon. So you send this and something else to the graveyard, and then if you have a third wind in the graveyard, you can banish 3 and get the original armed dragon or something. Drag Unity support, possibly. Light Water Dragon. This card is always treated as Water Dragon. You can banish this card you control. Special summon 3 level 5 or lower dinosaur monsters that are water or wind from your deck in defense position, but their effects are negated, and you cannot summon from the extra deck this turn, except dinosaurs or sea serpents. Solomon, this is Rescue Rabbit for 3. 3 level 5 or lower dinosaur monsters from the deck. Huh. I don't know enough about dinosaurs. Maybe that'll be useful. Like, their effects are negated, but like, you could just summon... You could summon like 3 babies and then pop them all, right? No, they're not water or wind. Isn't Petite... Pereridon? It's meant to be a bonding card. 1 second. Let's look real quick at dinosaurs that are wind and water. Okay. Never mind. There are shockingly few targets for this. Duopterodon, Yellow Dragon Ninja, Capoterra. It's him. You can get 3 Kabuzols. No, you're locked into sea serpents, but you can only summon dinosaurs. Yeah, it's just to get the pieces of Hydrogeddon on Oxygeddon so you can make the water dragon. Yeah, also another funny thing I learned from MBT's Magnet Warrior episode. You can discard this card to add Bonding Spell Trap from your deck to your hand. So this is meant to get the like Bonding DHO, Bonding H2O, Tribute to Hydrogeddon and an Oxygeddon to summon Water Dragon. But it can also search Magnet Bonding, because this is a bonding spell trap. So, you know, this card that searches all the magnets and is your fusion is searchable with this water dinosaur. It's intentional because they're all Bastion cards. The Magnet Warriors are Bastion cards. I don't think that's true. The new ones are? Ah. I was like, I'm pretty sure Yugi used the Magnet Warriors. Gotcha. What days do you stream Masochist? Friday. Fist-armed dragon. I mean, most arms have a fist at the end. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target a dragon you control, destroy it, and if you do, summon this card. You can discard 1 card, then target 1 monster on the field with 2400 or less attack, destroy it, and if you destroyed a monster you control, special summon 1 dragon that's original level is 2 levels higher than that monster's. Okay, so you discard it. You discard Fist with the Drill Armed. Like, you discard both of those. And then you have to normal summon a dragon. Then you can destroy that dragon, summon this. You discard another card, destroy itself, special summon an armed dragon level 7, and then you'll have 3 monsters in the graveyard, so you can banish them for this. Like, I get what they're doing, but in classic Armed Dragon well, granted, a lot of the Armed Dragon stuff, right? This card is like, if this is sent to the graveyard to activate a dragon monster's effect, draw a card. I hope it went all the way back. If this is sent to the graveyard to activate a dragon monster's effect, add a level 5 or higher wind dragon. So they're giving them some consistency tools. This is another deck that suffers from, like, not having a payoff. Because, what was it? They can get Armed Dragon, they can get Armed Dragon Thunder. And they can do the thing that gives it, what was it? Target an armed dragon. Take one monster with the same name from your deck or graveyard. Special summon it, ignoring its summoning conditions, but it can't attack directly. Yeah, so it's like, you get armed dragon, you get... What is this one? An armed dragon gains attack equal to its level times 100. So this becomes a 4,000, you get another one. And then even if your opponent has like a level 0 or a 0 attack monster in attack position on the field, you can only do 7,000 damage. It's like they've designed it as this balls to the wall OTK deck that cannot OTK. It can like, if you do the combo and use your entire hand, you get 7,000 points of damage on board, and then you gotta hope your opponent can't recover. This is Ritual Summon Matador Archfiend. Tribute monsters from your hand or field. Banish this to summon a Archfiend from your hand. Okay, so it's just a standard... It's just a standard ritual spell, but you get an extension. I guess I should read this. If this card is ritual summoned, add 2 Archfiends from your deck to your hand. Also, this card cannot attack for this turn. I just noticed this is a 0/0. And use this effect once per turn. Cannot be destroyed by battle, and you take no battle damage involving it. After damage calculation, if this battled a monster, destroy that monster and inflict 1,000 to your opponent. I'd have to see what... I mean, it is interesting that you can, like, ritual summon Matador Archfiend, search 2 cards, and then immediately special summon them, one from your hand. Its actual effect is probably not going to win any duels. Ubel does that, but way better. Chaos Distilled! While this is face up on the field, any card sent to your graveyard is banished instead. Ah, Metaphys support. Activate one of these effects. Add Macrocosmos or a card that mentions it. If Macrocosmos is on the field, banish this card from your spell trap zone. Add a light monster with question mark attack. Macrocosmos support, yep. Oh boy, I can't wait. Activate one of these effects. Add a water dinosaur from your deck to your hand, then special summon it if your opponent controls a monster. Tribute a monster, special summon a level 6 or higher fire from your hand, deck, or graveyard, but negate its effects if it's a non-fiend monster. Huh. Dark Karibo. I don't think this is new. Oh, we can... I forget we can check. It is new. When a fiend monster and or a fusion monster you control are targeted for an attack, or a card is activated that targets them, discard this, then target one of those monsters. Until the end of this turn, it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, its effects activated in the monster zone cannot be negated. If this card is sent from your hand to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add Polymerization. Huh. So this is like... If you... Do you play this in Fiendsmith? Probably not. But I do like the idea of, like, you summon the Fiendsmith, the Link 2, and you go to Fusion. I believe the way this is worded, if they activate, like, Effect Veiler or Imperm, you can discard this, and then your monster can't be negated this turn. So the Effect Veiler essentially fizzles. And then you can search a Polymerization if you want. Eucalyptus Mole. If this card is normal or special summoned, special summon a level 4 or lower beast from your deck face down. Then if this card is in attack position, change it face down. If this card is destroyed, you can special summon a koala or a tree otter from the deck. And if you do apply this effect, Non-effect beast monsters gain attack equal to their defense. The Master of Oz OTK is real! Funny. This is the Magnet Warrior Circular. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, destroy one other rock in your hand or field, and if you do, summon this card. When an Earth Monster's effect is activated on the field, you can tribute this card, target a monster on the field, change it face down. Okay, this isn't the circular. It's got a circle. Already passed Magnet Circular. Is it this guy? Linear Magnum. Huh. Usually circulars aren't high level. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand by sending 2 Magnet Warriors with an original level of 4 or lower from your deck and or field to the graveyard. Yeah, so it sends 2, it Foolish Burials 2 from the deck as cost to summon itself. Also, it's not cost because this isn't an activated effect. You can't chain to this. You could target one other Earth monster on the field. This card gains half that monster's attack. Only this card, if this card is destroyed, add it to your hand. Okay, so it just double Foolishes as cost, is 2,700, can get bigger. Everyone gets a circular, a Stratus, and a Stratos, and a Poplar. Prima Light. Is this Alexis support? Tribute an Earth Warrior, and if you do, summon a Light Warrior from your hand or deck. During the main phase, normal summon a warrior from your hand. During the main phase, you can banish this from your graveyard, add a warrior or fairy cyber monster. Yep. I see. It's the GX pack. Maiden in Love. What was it? This was the card that was like, male monsters can't attack it? Where that was the justification for Yugopedia keeping a list of all the female monsters? Because in anime duels, or duels that used anime cards, it needed to be tracked who was male and who was female for this. For this specifically. Okay, monsters your opponent controls that can attack must attack this card. That's like the opposite. But it can't be destroyed by battle. At the end of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, place one maiden counter on a monster your opponent controls, or take control of one monster with a maiden counter. It took control of male monsters. Yep, she's woke now. Wasn't there a card that was afraid of women? Yeah, it was like the gimmick puppet Zombie Stein. Yeah, you still take the damage though. It's weird that, like, you have to play, like, you can either place a counter or you can take control of it. Which means, like, they have to attack with everything, they get counters, and then next turn you have to attack, and then you can steal them. Insane Masochist card? I mean, it's not destroyed by battle, it's a Marshmallow. Oh, this. Chat. You will be seeing this on the channel real soon. This is a hero card. More importantly, target up to 5 cards in any graveyard, banish them. Who cares what the rest of this says? It's DD Crow times 5. Isn't that just soul release? Yes, but in trap form. Does it need a hero to activate? Nope. You don't need anything. Labyrinth card? Yeah, maybe. The Grave effect? Yeah, if it's in the graveyard, you can banish it, target a banished elemental hero, special summon it, ignoring its summoning conditions. So you can banish, like, one of your own monsters and then 4 of your opponent's cards, and then you'll get to summon that one back next turn. Or just if you've banished something as part of your combo, you get it back. Yeah, this is something I would not be surprised if, like... Granted, I feel like if you're a stun deck, what you want to do is just play, like, Dimensional Fissure or Macrocosmos or whatever. Add it to the transaction rollback pile. That would be very funny. Oh, and Soul Union. Target a monster on the field and an elemental hero in your graveyard. Target on the field gains attack to the other target's attack. Then if you have an elemental hero normal monster on your field or graveyard, you can fusion summon one by banishing the materials from your graveyard. Gotcha. A Soul Union? How romantic, yeah. Sparkman and Avion, together forever. I mean, it is a trap that fuses. Maybe they want that, maybe they don't. I don't know. The question, of course, is, are any... what was it? Someone said earlier that the Magnet Warrior stuff in Master Duel right now might actually see play. Because it's being released way earlier, and they just hit all the big decks. And it has, like, all its support, including the TCG support. So it maybe, just maybe, be playable. I haven't seen anything about, like, these masked heroes. Maybe someone in chat can tell me. This seems like it might become a problem at some point. Maybe not, but draw 2 is pretty strong. And this is probably a staple. They're good, but it's hero. They aren't making heroes a meta threat, yeah. Sandwich Day is very funny. What about Roids? Are Roids going to be taking off? Or the water dragons? The problem with the water dragons, is like even the retrain, the water dragon cluster, what does this do? If this card is summoned, you can activate this effect. Effect monsters your opponent controls cannot activate their effects for the rest of their turn and change their attack to 0 for the rest of this turn. Quick effect, attribute this, summon 2 water dragons from your hand or deck in defense position, ignoring their summoning conditions. So you attack for 28, tribute it, get 2 water dragons, which is this. These are also 28. 28 times 3, is that an OTK? Yeah, 84. It doesn't have a real end board. It's better than Armed Dragons, because again, Armed Dragons, like, in the best of all possible worlds, where your opponent makes a board of like a 2 0 attack monsters, and you do the full Armed Dragon combo, you cannot OTK most of the time. Whereas the Water Dragon cards, like if you live the dream and you summon Water Dragon Cluster, you don't even have to have like your opponent with 0 attack monsters. They just need to have monsters in attack position or no monsters. So you either need to clear the field or like negate everything. But let's say, for instance, you've used the, like, the bonding door or whatever it's called. Like, illusion gate. Let's say, for sake of an argument, like, you've Raigeki'd, they negated it, you used a hand trap earlier, so they only build half a board, you illusion gate, you wipe the board, and then you have Duo Pterodon and the other new card, so you can go, like, full combo. You do win the game. If you run the new Water Dragon, you can't run 3 of the original. It's always treated as Water Dragon. Always. I see. And then that would make it... See, 2,800 plus 14 plus 14. That's only 56. He is just Water Dragon. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way to search this. Add a water dinosaur. This is a sea serpent. That's kind of strange. Yeah, I guess I have to retract my statement. Never mind. If his effect is negated, he isn't Water Dragon no more. True. If you negate his effect, his name is no longer treated as Water Dragon. But because it's always treated, that means even outside of the confines of, like, a duel, like, in deck building, his name is treated as Water Dragon, which means you cannot include 3 copies of him and 3 copies of Water Dragon. The effect is a condition, it can't be negated. Oh, really? Huh. Never mind, then. Yeah, so it's like you either... That's and the thing is, you need this, because this is the thing that lets you summon, like, 2 Hydrogeddon and an Oxygeddon from the deck, and then if you have Duo Pterodon, you banish that to get bonding, right? And then must be, you don't want the original bonding. Tribute 2 Duo Pterodon and 1 Oxygeddon. Summon a Water Dragon or Water Dragon cluster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. If Water Dragon or Water Dragon cluster is sent from the field to the graveyard while this is in the graveyard, add it to your hand. Okay, so actually you don't even play, like, Hydrogeddon anymore, right? You play 1 Oxygeddon, and you play 3 Duoterion, which is not here for some reason. Unless I'm mixing it. No. The big dragon only special summons in defense position. No, you can summon it in attack position. But yeah, so that's the combo, is you discard Duo Pterodon to get Bonding D20. You normal summon this, you tribute it, you summon 2 Duo Pterodon and Oxygeddon. You Bonding to get Water Dragon Cluster. Cluster says it summons in defense. Oh, never mind. How did I miss that? Why would you even do that? Okay, so this deck is just hot garbage. What does the trap do? Shuffle 1 Duopterodon, 1 Hydrageddon, and 1 Oxygeddon from your hand or graveyard in the deck. Summon Water Dragon Cluster. You can banish this to add a Water Dragon or a Water Dragon Cluster. Still unplayable. Gotcha. Want to open some legacy packs, Tag? Check it out. 100. Shiny. Oh, I got a Mist Valley Thunder Lord. It's my 6th one. And my 4th Psychic Rover. This card's new. Place a monster from your deck in your spell trap zone. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Place a monster from your deck in your spell trap zone. This one makes it a continuous spell. This makes it a continuous trap. If the total number of cards in the monster zones and monster zones and face-up monster cards in the spell trap zone must be 10 or more to activate either of these cards' effects. The total number... So... Why would they do that at the end? So this card is like literally useless. It's like, yeah, if you've got 5 monsters on the field and your opponent's got 5 monsters on the field, then you can put 1 from your deck onto the field as a continuous spell. Okay. Meteor of Destruction. Your opponent has 3,000 or more life points. Inflict 1,000. Spirit Poacher! Not my crystal beast! Why would you do such a thing? During the opponent's standby, activate one of these effects. Place a monster from your deck in your spell trap zone as a continuous spell. Wait, I can do that without having 10 monsters on the field? What the heck? Your opponent can special summon 1 monster card with less original attack than their life points from the spell trap zone to the field. Then they must pay attack. Huh. An effect monster you own, special summon to your opponent's field. Send this card from the spell trap zone to the graveyard. Summon a level 4 lower monster from your deck. Power crept already, shake my head. Nothing. Masked Hero Sleeves. Mask Change 2! How oddly specific. And the new Dark Law. That's neat. Oh, I get some free packs. Hold up. Ha! Nothing. Yeah, so it's and this is Destiny Hero Plasma. They've just given it an alt art. I guess that looks better. He looks like he's, like, shocked to be here, though. He's like, oh, what happened? DPE's in here. Oh, that's not possible. Kakarot. And there's a new alt art of Dark Law, where he kicks. I do like the Dark Law alt art. Not enough to play heroes, but, you know, it's pretty nice. Dynamic Entry! Oh, I thought this was... Oh, now they match. You got Anki from one direction and Dark Law from the other. They both kicking. Although Anki seems like less into it, you know? Whereas Dark Law is very much this like, yeah, his whole body's into the angle. Anki's just kind of like, yeah, I guess I'll kick. Whatever. Anki is doing the Oni charge. They're embarrassed by having to kick. Just 3 days until retirement, yeah. Like this is a fucking kick. Anki's just like, whatever. It's fine. Anki would be more into it if it was a good card. There's also a new art of mask change. I like the old one. Personally. Do they have the old one? No, they don't. You can only get the new one right now. At mask charge. "13 days left." Yeah, and this, which I was like... Oh, the collector's file. For all the Destiny heroes? Yeah, I don't care. You get that, and I was like... Fuck, man. I don't care about the coin. You only see the coin for like 2 seconds. But if I'm playing DDD, this is the best damn coin! Do I spend 2,000 gems just to get a D coin? I don't think it's worth it. I don't think I should. But it's tempting. What never, no never. I do like the clock. It's time to duel. Yeah, to get just this face. Oh! You're a real Super Saiyan! That's right, Freezy Pop! I'm a floodgate? How did that happen? You think you the shit, bitch? You ain't even the fart. Could always get in on the final stream. Yeah, maybe. How much would that cost? I have no gems. So if I wanted to buy that, that would be 2,000 gems. 2,000 gems cost $35 US. I would be spending $35 for a digital coin. Oh, but no, Joe, there's a sale going on. You can get 2,000 for just $21. 21? Just buy Silk Song again, yeah. Or I could buy Silk Song. That's a lot. Yeah, I could just buy, I could get, for this, you know. Okay, Joseph, calm down. Yeah, so I guess, you know, if someone wants to donate $22 for me to get the coin, I'll get the coin. But, I personally do not think it's worth it for the coin. I hate the prices in this game, yeah. I mean, again, you can, if I didn't have to buy, Radiant Typhoon, and Speedroid, and DDD in quick succession, while also playing on the other account, I would probably have gems. I could maybe splurge for it, but I am very low on resources at the moment. Also, I'm very low on water. So give me a moment. I'm gonna go get another water. While I'm doing that, though, I always forget to do this. I'm still like even months into this. I'm like, I need to get more better about like putting ads up or whatever, because my funds are not doing well. So I'm gonna play a minute of ads. You know, if you're also not subscribed, well, if you're not subscribed, you could always subscribe. I'd appreciate it. But if you're not, go get a drink yourself. Go to snack, grab a snack and lean back. Maybe use the restroom. We'll be back. 1 minute. Magic Arena is even stingier. Yeah, that's the worst part. It's like I look at Master Duel and I'm like, wow, that's insane. $30 for a digital aesthetic? That's absurd. And then I remember that Master Duel is the most generous gacha game in the industry. It sets the tone for being more player-friendly and less exploitative than any other digital card game. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry, that took a little longer than I was expecting. I had to check on my roast beef in the other room. Ooh, delicious. Scatter. He's back. The chair stream. I do like that I can keep up with the game as free to play, but $35 for 20 pulls, yeah. Does the latest version of the new player stuff... Oh, you're talking about Arena. It takes a week of daily grinding just to enter the ranked ladder. Yeah, I haven't looked into Magic Gathering Arena. That being said, chat, I do think it's about time. I mentioned this last time. I had an idea for an April Fool's Day video that I thought would be fun to make. I'm going to record it on stream, as I often do. Let me real quick. Neat, yeah. It's, you know, it's April Fool's Day. It's not, I'm not doing something that's like really super deceptive. It's just April Fool's Day in this case is a chance to make a kind of content that most people would not expect me to make. Hot tub duel, not quite. We're going to be doing a deck profile, chat. Like I always do. You know me, I'm always doing deck profiles. Actually, 1 second. Can I duplicate... This is gonna be good. On your road trip, yeah. So I thought for April Fool's Day, I would release a standard old school deck profile, just for a game that I don't normally release one for. Yo, what's up, everybody? This is Hardleg Jace coming at you again with another budget commander profile. I do not know enough about Magic to make some funny jokes in the chat. It's fine. You just gotta do some whatchamacallit. He's gotta do some emotes. You gotta see him shocked and surprised. The one thing I gotta make sure is like where do I be on the screen? I think I need to move you all up more. You can see pretty much everything here. Especially if I sort it by type, yeah. I think this is probably where I want to be. It might be a little smaller. Yeah. My budget $800 commander deck. How much do commander decks usually cost? Yeah, and I'm going to mention this later on, chat, so I will show you now. I've talked about this before. Like, the reason I've been getting into Commander, I've been making Commander decks in my free time. And I made this one specifically because I just found it was hilarious that you could have a car as a commander. And they're like, oh yeah, that's the Final Fantasy. I'm like, don't care, didn't ask, who cares about those people? To me, the thing that makes this funny to me is this isn't like some fantasy-looking car. It looks like a regular-ass car. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a proxy that more accurately describes what I feel when I look at this. Precon starter decks are 50 to 100, yeah. But it can fly. I mean, it doesn't look like it can fly. It doesn't have an effect that says it can fly. It just looks like car. So it's like, I digitally removed the people from the background and changed the name. This is what I see when I look at this. Go car. More accurate. Yeah, and especially if you don't know, chat, the lore for Magic the Gathering, you know, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, where Yu-Gi-Oh is just like, you're duelists, you're playing cards. In Magic the Gathering, the flavor is you and your opponent are like wizards. You're like sorcerers. And your cards are like spells that you're casting. You're throwing these things out, and when you summon like a meteor golem, you are actually opening up a portal to an alternate dimension and summoning this meteor golem to fight for you. That lore hasn't been true for like a decade. Yeah. So I like the idea, especially with the commander, where it's like, okay, we're stepping up to a field. It's like a 4-person wizard duel. My one friend slides out and he's got like the ancient dragon on his side. My other one like steps up and he's got a necromancer who has an army of skeletons. The other one pulls out a whole bunch of holy warriors. They've got wings and swords that are glowing, and I'm just like, I summoned the 2005 Ford Fiesta. Ka-chunk! Like, like looking nervously back and forth. I summon bros on a road trip. I cast car. And then I just, you know, I just take the One Ring and I drop it into the driver's seat. And then I take Excalibur, the Sword of Eden, and I duct tape it to the hood. And then I put it... Where's it at? And then the car like drives onto a flying carpet, and it just soars over all my opponent's necromancers and slams into them going 60 miles an hour. Put the One Ring around the gear shift, yeah. Unfortunately, your opponent is the pothole wizard. Bessie the yeah. If I'm gonna make a car deck, I have to have another car. This could also have been my commander, by the way. Good old Bessie. And the Black Blade reforged. And of course, if you're gonna play a car deck, you gotta have Karn. There's a whole bunch of Karns. They aren't really good at this deck, but if I'm gonna play car deck, I've gotta have Karn. It's got haste, that's a win. What, Bessie? Yeah. I mean, the Regalia has haste too. But it's slightly better. I also just like, it's like not even named, it's just like a car. Ah yes, my budget deck has 1 ring and 99. You know, the 1 ring is, it's just standard. I mean, I could change the printing. You know, I could make it like the 1 of 1, 1 ring. That's in like Elvish or whatever. And holographic. And then that lowers the price because they don't have price data for this, since it's not available on the market. Wow, $279 for the 1 ring. Oh, I can get it, that's for a steal at only $120. Who plays this game? Gotta steal it from Post Malone. Gollum hiding in the trunk, yeah. Okay. So, fill yourself up with, oh, I can't read the chat. 1 second. Let's see if we can do something about this. Okay, try saying something, chat. This is why Magic have proxies, yeah. Okay, now you're much more readable. Baba Booey, Baba Booey. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who can crew the car. You know, I've got some things. I've got some stuff. You know, Ulamog the Defiler may hop into his Toyota Camry and, like, drive around. But also, I have land that can turn into creatures. So, like, my land can get into the car and drive the car. And also, what does Karn do again? I forget. It's hard to read. No, that ain't the good one. Oh yeah, this can create an artifact creature that can drive the car. Target 1 non-creature artifact. It becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to its mana value. Yeah. So, Karn can target the Regalia and make it alive. Not the Eldrazi, not like this. So I have ways to bring the car to life so it can drive itself. The Foundry Inspector, Ultima, the Origin of Oblivion, Mannequin. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff that can get inside the car. Owl? Bahamut? Hardleg hat as equipment, yeah. Okay. It's so hot in here, chat. It's a pity. I was really hoping that I could, that I would be able to wear my hoodie today so that I could, like, look like Jace, but it is, like, 90 degrees outside. If you don't know Jace, where is it at? It's another deck I've been working on. This is Jace. Jace is like the popular Magic the Gathering guy. He's like the poster child of blue. He's very popular. He's John Magic, yeah. And there's a lot of him. You know, oh look, there he is. He's like spooky. He's John Wizardman. Actually, can I just search for Jace? Jace in cards. The Cunning Castaway. Ma. Oh, he doesn't always wear a hood. He mostly wears a hood. He is often a hooded man. Emblem. Yeah, they use him on the front of a lot of stuff because he's kind of iconic. Nicol Bolas is Blue Eyes. Yeah. Who's Nicol Bolas. Yeah, there he is. The Dragon God. The God Pharaoh. The Deceiver. Who's the dark magician of Magic? Probably Chandra, right? Yeah, she's all like fiery and shit. She's the red girl. She shoot fireballs. There's a lot of her as well. She's like a character in the lore. And she's got a cat. Who's the Pikachu? They don't have one. Ileana. I've heard that name, but she doesn't look nearly as familiar. Pikachu is Loot. Loot Dispute. The Exuberant Explorer. Loot the Pathfinder. Loot the Key to Everything. If you can, look up War of the Spark trailer. 1 second. That was the wrong one. Where's it at? I keep not being able to find it. Okay. Three minutes, sure. T for teens. We have a fight to finish. Magic Arena. Didn't do a whole lot for me. Why are you on fire? I mean, that's Nicol Bolas's power. He looks at you and you catch on fire. Overly dramatic. There's been times, like, I remember the first World of Warcraft, like, trailer. And, like, I had zero interest in the game before the trailer, but that really sold it. That trailer didn't really sell me on, like, ooh, I need to get invested with that. And actually, real quick. "16 years ago. Let's see if that holds up real quick. The original World of Warcraft trailer that I saw. The cinematic trailer when it was like a fairly new game. Yeah, no like nostalgic hype. I do think it still does a better job of like selling you on the world than the other one did. The Battle for Azeroth was hype as well. Yeah, the Burning Crusade one, I mean, the classic. We won't even watch this whole one. But just the way, you can look at the thing, the ending of it.
You are not prepared.
You are not prepared! See, when he said that, I felt like I wasn't prepared. And I also remember all the memes or whatever where it's like that guy dressed up as like a chef and he's like looking at the turkey and he sticks the thermometer in and it's slightly under and he's like, "You are not prepared!" Hell and back for the OG Smite. I don't think I've ever saw the Smite. Are you prepared now? I might be. I needed a little, my voice was a little strained from all the chatting I did, like going over every card. That gave me a moment to recover. So I think I'm ready to do this. We're going to try to record this commander deck profile. Again, as a sort of April Fool's Day, not a sort of April Fool's Day video, this will be an April Fool's Day video. So go ahead, fill yourself up with cats in the chat if you don't mind. Treat this like it's any other piece of content. Chat, chat, chat. There's some cats. There we go. Oh, look at all those emotes. They're great. Okay. Hey, what's up everybody? Hardleg Jace at it once again with another budget commander profile. As you can see, this one's pretty cheap. Just $821 or significantly less if you go to the UPS store and ask them to print it out for you. Anyway, this is my Carmander deck. So called because the commander is a car. And it's not like some weird sci-fi fantasy, or I guess it is a sci-fi car. Fuck, okay. Try that again real quick. Take it from the top. And it's not, okay. I'm gonna get more like lefty voice, do my critical impression. Hey, what's up everybody? It's Hardleg Jace, back at it once again with another budget commander profile. As you can see, you can pick this one up for pretty cheap, only about $800, or significantly less if you go to the UPS store and ask them to print it out. I think you can pick this up about $15, which is not bad at all. Anyway, this is my Carmander deck, so called because my commander is a car. And it's not like some weird magical car that runs on like dragon blood as fuel or has like skulls on it. This shit's like a 2005 Ford Fiesta. This is like at best a Ferrari or something. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is like some kind of fantasy car. There's like anime boys in here. I think this is Universes Beyond Initial D or whatever. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't matter. When I look at this, what I see is this. This little proxy I made that best represents what this deck is and what it's going for. To me, this is car. I like the idea of being in a wizard duel, and I summon Car to run over my opponent. So that's what I did. That's what I made this deck. As a result, this deck is like bracket 2, maybe bracket 3 at best. Like, it has a win condition. You can usually assemble lethal by like turn 10 or whatever. There's been an attempt at making a playstyle, but it is not optimized in the slightest. And there's a whole bunch of cards I included in here just because they're funny, just because they're a little goofy. Probably most notably is all the Karn cards. All the Karns are in here because I feel if you're going to play Car, you need to play Karn, the god of cars. I don't actually know the lore about this guy, but I assume that he loves cars. At least one of these, I think this guy, he can like turn your car into a living thing so it can attack other people. Speaking of which, I guess I should explain how this deck works. So the Regalia, as it's technically called, is a legendary artifact vehicle, 4/4, cost 4, and it has haste. It also has a... Okay. That Ugin ain't the unfuckable. Speaking of which, I guess I should go ahead and explain how this deck works. So it's all based around the Regalia, I guess if you want to call it. I'm just going to call it Car. The Car is a 4/4 artifact vehicle, which means it comes on the field and it cannot attack. It's not actually a creature until you crew it. They got the crew cost 1. Fortunately, because it's crew cost 1, that means anything with 1 attack, or I guess I should use magic terms, anything with 1 power can be tapped in order to crew this. So pretty much anything that has any attack at all is going to be fine. And we've got a whole bunch of funny things that can crew this. Most notably, we have a bunch of land that can turn into creatures. So like, your land can get inside your car somehow. As I said before, Karn can bring your car to life. We got golems, we got artifacts. The UFO can't do it. He's got 0 attack. The Foundry Inspector can get in there. Oh, and also Ulamog the Defiler. I should say this is a... I guess it is worth noting, this is a colorless deck. Usually when you play pure colorless in Commander, it's because you're playing all the Eldrazi cards. But I felt like those weren't really thematically appropriate, If I'm going around with a car, I should have a bunch of machines and cars and stuff that go with it. So I've made the decision to purposely leave out all the Eldrazi cards, whether they be sorceries or creatures, except Ulamog the Defiler, because I think it's really funny to just have one big, scary, Lovecraftian nightmare demon that can hop inside your, Honda Civic and then ram your opponent going 60 miles an hour. Same reason why I have Bahamut in here. I think it's fun to summon Bahamut just so he can drive a car. I guess it also has some pretty good effects, It costs 9 if you summon it, you get it out. And we should have no trouble getting to 9 because of this thing's actual effect. So whenever the Regalia attacks, you reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal a land, and then you put that on the battlefield. Okay. So whenever the car attacks, whenever it drives... Okay. So whenever the car attacks, you reveal cards from the top of your deck until you find a land. Then you put that land on your field tapped and put the rest of the cards on the bottom of your library. In a random order. Damn it, okay. So this is bracket 4, lol, yeah. So whenever the car attacks, whenever you drive it into your opponent, it goes for a little... Okay. So whenever the car attacks, whenever it drives into your opponent, it goes for a literal drive. You look at cards, it's reveal, okay. I need to find a way to explain this without getting the effect wrong. So whenever you attack with the car, whenever you drive into your opponent, you go for a literal drive. You reveal the top cards of your deck until you find a land card. That's where you've driven to, and then you put that land on the field tapped. So every time you're attacking with this thing, you're just getting more and more land. And because we play 44 lands and a bunch of ramp stuff and stuff that lets us play extra lands, it's really not that hard to get like 10, 15 lands by the time you get to turn 8 or whatever. That's why we can afford to play some of these really high statted like artifact creatures, some of these... Okay. I need to stay a little focused. Okay. So whenever the regalia attacks, whenever the car attacks, you reveal cards from the top of your deck until you find a land, and then you put that land on your field tapped, and every other card you reveal just goes on the bottom of your deck in a random order. Which is really neat thematically. It's like your car's literally driving across the fields to find your opponent. You go into attack, and you find some new area. You're like, ooh, I've gone through a Dread Statuary, or the Tomb of the Spirit Dragon. That's why we're playing 44 lands, by the way. This is way more than you usually want to play, but because we need a lot of lands, we don't have a ton of ramp except for our commander, but our commander ramp stuff, we're just playing, like, every single noteworthy, interesting tech land you could possibly take. In fact, not only is it 44 lands, it's 44 different lands. We are only playing one basic wastes. Oh, that's a wasteland. Where's wastes? There it is. We've got one basic land, and the only reason this is here is in case your opponent does one of those removals that's like, get rid of your creature, but you get to add a basic land from your deck to your hand. Everything else has some kind of effect, and obviously I'm not going to go over all of these because we'd be here all day, but it is worth noting specifically this one, Buried Ruin. If you don't put any other lands in here, put this in here. This you can sacrifice in order to get an artifact out of your graveyard and add it to your hand. Every time I've won a game, it's been because Buried Ruin let me recover one of my artifacts. Most of the time, that artifact is going to be Black Blade Reforged. This is an equip card. Okay, let's go back just a little bit. Most of the time, the card you're going to be adding back is Black Blade Reforged. This is a legendary artifact, 2 to put on the field, another 3 to equip it to your card, which is kind of funny to think about. I like to imagine that I'm duct taping it to the hood, that this card is just like... I like to imagine that I'm just duct taping it to the hood, that like the car is driving with this sword just sticking off of the front end for a little extra damage. And what it does is the equipped creature gains +1/+1 for every land you control. So it's really not hard to make your 4/4 car into like a 10/10 car. And if you're somehow unfamiliar with Commander, which I don't know how you would be on this channel, you know, all I make is Commander content, you can win the game by lowering your opponent's life points, of course, but also by dealing 21 points of damage with your Commander. And since your Commander, like, has to attack to get its effect, usually in games, people will be like, yeah, I can take 4, I can take a little bit, it's fine. You don't really generate aggro among the group, because they know your car has to drive into someone in order to get its effect. And they're fine just taking 4. And then after everyone else has been, like, taking care of each other, ignoring you because you're just playing a goofy car deck, that's when you drop the Black Blade on them and suddenly attack them for, like, 18 commander damage and win the game. Did he say 21? I did say 21. Alternatively, we also got Excalibur, which gives you a, where was it? Alternatively, if you can't get your way to Black Blade, they've also got Excalibur, which is another sword. Gives your creature +10/+10, costs 12 to cast, but it's X less to cast for every artifact that you control, and everything in this deck is pretty much an artifact. So if you can just keep like a couple of these things on the field or a couple creatures, this can usually get down to like 5 or 6 or something, and with how much mana you have, like that should be no problem to equip. Another land that's probably important to mention is Rogue's Passage. This is also kind of key to getting your win condition off. This is a land, of course, just regularly This is, of course, a colorless land, but it also lets you tap it and pay 4 to target a creature, and it can't be blocked this turn. So if they thought they could throw a bunch of stuff in front of your car to stop it, no, no, no. And thematically, again, I'm just tickled pink by the whole idea. Damn it, where'd it go? There's so many cards. I lost it. Rogue's Passage, there we go. Okay. While we're talking about tech cards, in addition to a bunch of... In addition to this, we've also got a couple other things that, like... or do we? Yeah, okay. In addition to these sword cards, we've also got a few other things that can help us with our win condition. Rogue's Passage is a good example. This is a land that lets you pay 4, target one of your monsters, and that monster can't be blocked this turn. Which, again, just thematically really interesting to imagine your car with Excalibur taped to the hood, just revving its engines, ready to go at your opponent, and they're like, that's fine, I've got a whole bunch of blockers, I've even got flying blockers, I'll put stuff in the way, and then suddenly your car makes a right turn, it drives into a tunnel, and they're like, where's it going? What's happening? And then suddenly the bookcase next to them slides open, and from inside the dark tunnel they see 2 headlights. They only have time to gasp as the car comes rocketing out of this secret passageway and runs them down going 60 miles an hour. You know, that's a lot of what makes this deck fun. You've really got to imagine yourself in the shoes of someone using a car in a wizard battle. If you can do that, if you've got friends who are fine with being goofy, I love playing this deck. You know, you're gonna have a good time. Looney Tunes ass type shit, yeah. And yeah, most of this stuff, if you look over it, it should be fairly obvious why it's in here. Perhaps the only things that might... And yeah, again, I'm not going to go over everything in here. If you take the time to read, most of it should be... Okay. And yeah, you know, I'm not going to go over everything in here. This is a 100-card singleton. Most of it should be obvious when you look at it. The only things that might not be quite obvious are the... Oh, okay. Let me get this again. It took a second to load and it threw me off. And yeah, you know, most of the cards in here... Okay. And yeah, I'm not going to go over everything in here. It's a commander deck. There's 100 cards. Okay. And yeah, I'm not going to go over everything in here. It's commander. There's 100 singletons. I'm not going to be here all... Okay. Ugh. I've practiced this and now I forgot. And yeah, you know, I'm not going to go over everything in here. If you take the time to read through the cards, most of them should be pretty obvious. The only things that might be a little confusing are the 12 cards I put in here specifically just because they're funny. Like, Coercive Portal doesn't really have anything to do with the car itself. I just think it's a really fun card to play at a table of 4. Also, shout out to MBT, the effect of this card is called Will of the Council. So at the beginning of your upkeep, the standby phase for us Yu-Gi-Oh players, starting with you, each player votes for Carnage or Homage. If Carnage gets more votes, then you sacrifice this and destroy all non-land permanents. If Homage gets more vote, or the vote is tied, you draw a card. So, you know, it's like a board wipe, but it's like a democratic board wipe. It only works if everyone agrees that we should wipe the board. And if it doesn't, you just draw cards, and who doesn't like to draw cards? Bessie, the Doctor's Roadster, is in here because it's a car, and, you know, technically you could crew Bessie and then have Bessie drive the car, which I don't know how that would work thematically, but I like it. Boom Pile is another board wipe, but only if you win a coin flip. I do just like a pile of explosives. Ultima, the Origin of Oblivion, is another thing that's just funny to be driving the car. You gotta give it, you gotta get chaos. Oop, okay. Ultima Origin of Oblivion is just another funny guy that can drive the car, you know? We've got to kill Chaos? No. We got to give Chaos a lift into town. Manascape Refractor. This gains all the activated effects of every land on the field. This thing can get kind of crazy considering you have so many lands. I've yet to do anything truly broken with it, but I feel like there's got to be something funny, right? Like, it's a very cheap thing that has all the land effects. Tyrite Sanctum is a land that can target a creature and turn it into a god. So, if you want the god car, that's a way to do it. The Flying Car Pit is another car card. Also, it can give your creature flying. So, you know, if your opponent has a whole bunch of dinosaurs or whatever, they're blocking your car's way, you can't get through a Brontosaurus, you can just have it hop aboard the magic carpet and fly into the sky. Sing the I control you... Sing I can show you the world before you crash into your opponent and send them bouncing off the hood of your car like that bitch in The Great Gatsby. We got Karn, we got Clown Car, that's some more cars, Bahamut, Ulamog, and the One Ring. You know, just take the One Ring, hang it from the rear view mirror, toss it into the driver's seat, maybe just put it in the trunk for good luck, and it'll give your car extra defense. I would genuinely love to see an MTG ladder climb. So yeah, that's pretty much the Carmander deck. If you want to play this for yourself, there should be a link down in the description to the Mox field. You can check this out, build it yourself. Again, go to Kinko's or whatever and print it out. That's on everyone's budget. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much the Carmander deck. You know, if you're interested, there should be a link to the Mox field down below. You can check it out, make some changes if you want, and then take this file down to Kinko's or whatever and print it out, have yourself a nice budget Commander deck. Anyway, remember to like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff for more Commander deck profiles. Make sure you join my Patreon, and until next time, April Fools. Is that motherfucking regalia? Magic Arena is closer to Duel Links than Master Duel. I can show you the world. One ring to break the bank, yeah. Clown Car, yeah, I do... I didn't read Clown Car, but Clown Car is hilarious. It costs X, which means you can pay any amount of mana to play it. So again, just say like late game, you have like 12 mana, right? 12 lands on the field. You pay all 12. So when Clown Car enters the battlefield, roll 12 6-sided dice. For every odd result, you get a 1/1 clown robot creature. For every even result, you put a +1/+1 on Clown Car. So you either get 12 creatures, or Clown Car becomes a 12/12. The deck is just Magic the Gathering Palo with the car being reasoning. Yeah, kinda. You can pay 0, yes. How did I get here? Are we doing what now? Yeah, this is, I thank you for the subscription, Kale. As I mentioned earlier, I'm making an April Fool's Day video that's just me, like, doing a Commander deck profile. And seeing how that turns out. What does the crew in the bottom? So, when vehicles enter the field, they're not monsters, they're artifacts. Which we don't really have an analog for artifacts in Yu-Gi-Oh! But I guess the best example to say would be like, basically this is a continuous spell. It can't attack, it's not a monster, it's prone to things that destroy like other artifacts, but if you tap a monster, then it becomes the crew. It's driving the car, and the car now becomes a monster that can attack. Crew 1 means, let's look at a creature. So Meteor Golem is a 3/3. It's got 3 power and 3 toughness. Crew 1 means you have to have 1 power worth of creatures. So Meteor Golem can be tapped to drive it. It can be 1 or more, but it needs to have at least 1. So like, the Artificer can drive it. The Drillworks Mole can drive it. The Poo Poo UFO has 0 power for toughness. It's a defender. It only has defense. Because it has no power, it's not strong enough to drive the car. Vehicles are Gemini monsters? I guess kinda. How many lands are in this deck? 44. There's a lot of lands. The what UFO? Yeah, I think this is Final Fantasy. It's another Final Fantasy thing. Yeah, the drawbridge cannot drive the car either. The Raceway. Start your engines. If you have no speed, your speed starts at 1. It increases each turn when an opponent loses a life. Your max speed is 4. If you get to 4, you can discard a card to draw a card. Every turn. This land becomes a 4/2 golem. So the land just like goes from being the thing you tap for mana to being a creature that can drive the car. Ominous Cemetery. I do like this effect because this is a very Yu-Gi-Oh style removal. Exile is their word for banish. So banish this card. Target creature's owner shuffles it into the library. Their library is what they call the deck. One of the weird things that always gets me about Magic and Commander specifically is there are cards that specifically target the player instead of the creature. But like, this doesn't target the creature. It targets the player who controls the creature and forces them to shuffle it into the library. So it would be like, the Yu-Gi-Oh version of this would be, your opponent choose, what would it be like, choose 1 monster, your opponent shuffles it into the deck. Shuffles it into the deck. Do we have Planar Nexus? Of course we have Planar Nexus. These aren't in alphabetical order. Yeah, Planar Nexus. It is every non-basic land type. Including all of the Urza's cards. And yeah, by non-basic, if you look at a card, right, it says like land here. That's a legendary land. I'm sure I have a non-basic land. So, when, like in Magic, every card has like a type, and then it has like either a subtype or a non-basic type, they would call it. It targets the creature. No, it targets the creature's owner. Oh no, it does target the creature, but their owner has to shuffle it back. Okay. Some of this stuff is weird. But yeah, so this is a cave, which is a type of land. Kind of like the clown car is a vehicle, which is a type of artifact. This is an equipment, which is a type of artifact. This is an artifact and a creature, and a bird. They just kind of put it all in there. And so what Planar's Nexus does is there's a bunch of cards, these Urza's cards, which is add 1 mana normally, But if you control Urza's power plant and Urza's tower, you add 2 instead of 1. And then the power plant is like, if you control a land with all land types, it gets 2. If you control a land with all land types, this taps for 3. For each Urza's land you control, you get an additional 1. The only basics this deck can play are Waste and Snow-Covered Waste, yeah. And as mentioned before, I do have 1 Wastes. I remember when I sent, my friend works at the UPS store, so I get to print it out for free. And I sent them this, he's like, oh, you made a mistake. You only put Waste in there once. You need to have it for every one that you have. I'm like, no, I only have 1. But I didn't like the playstyle of them sacrificing themselves. Super types and subtypes. A war room. Pay life equal to the number of colors in your commander's color identity and draw a card. Okay, so I will pay 0 life because I'm colorless. Just tap 3, draw a card. Why wouldn't you? You may have this enter as a copy of any card on the battlefield. Kid, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, 30-something colorless utility. It works especially for this, like, because again, the card just gets you extra lands, and there's not a whole lot of utility in just, like, artifacts. So it helps to have lands that, like, do stuff. You gain 1 life for every colorless creature you control. This copies another land. This land becomes a creature. This land becomes a creature. You can't be blocked. You have no maximum hand size. That's removal. I love the Mystifying Maze. Exile targeting attacking creature your opponent controls. At the beginning of the next step, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. So this land is Dimensional Prison. Or not Dimensional Prison. Is it Dimensional Prison? Yeah, it's D-Prison. They attack and you go, no, 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 you will be banished, good sir. Get lost in the maze for a turn. Mana Vault becomes a 2/2 creature with all creature types. It's a raceway, it becomes a thing, it becomes a thing, it becomes a thing. Oh yeah, the mech hanger. Target creature target vehicle becomes an artifact creature. So this is another way you don't need to crew it. You don't need to have someone drive the car if you have mech hanger, because mech hanger turns it into a creature. Basically, you turn your car into a mech, and then it can drive itself. Remove attacking creature or blocking creature from combat. I've already printed it out, so I'm not going to add more stuff to it now. Inventor's Fair. Search your library for an artifact, and you almost always get the Black Blade reforged. Yeah, and this is one that's like usually not worth running this, but might as well. I'm playing every utility land. Every player gains controls of the creature they own. Undo all mind control effects. Will I ever use it? I don't know, but when it comes up, it'll be really funny. Discard a card. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Put one of those cards in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library. Oh yeah, this. If it has this little symbol next to it, this is what's called a game changer. That means it's incredibly powerful. The commander decks are sorted into 5 brackets based on how powerful they are. Bracket 1 is like a joke deck, like a goofy theme deck, and bracket 5 is like top tier competitive shit. And one of the main things that determines what bracket it's in is how many game changers it uses. Thief is a strong form of removal, I see. And so this one is, whenever another land enters the battlefield, get a zombie. If you get this first turn, your win condition changes. You are no longer Regalia Turbo, you are now Make All the Zombies Turbo. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander. I might have to try that here before too long. Oh, my throat's hurting. I don't know why. I haven't been talking that much. Untap target land. If you get 7 lands with Field of the Dead. I mean, I can. Draw a card, but only if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. Any other questions about this before I head off? Before I go back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, chat? How much ramp are we running? Give me one moment. So I've got this, what I call land ramp, which is just land that like can get you more stuff. 10 ramp cards. Ever-flowing Chalice, Foundry Inspector. I count, if a card lets you pay 1 less, that's essentially like having 1 more mana in my eyes, so I count this as ramp. I don't know if that's how people normally think about it, but that's how I count it. It's the same way, the reason why I consider this, you know, historic spells cost 1 less. Artifacts are 1 less, or historic ones. Mannequin's just a classic like Mana Rock, but in monster form. Mana Rock in monster form. This lets you play the land, an extra land from your hand each turn, which with how many lands we have is kind of ramp. Oh, and this lets me get my speed up before I get the other stuff. Whenever this becomes tapped, you may put a land from your hand on the battlefield or return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield. Soul Ring, of course. Yeah, so a lot of these are ramp, but they're all like hand ramp. We love Scare Tiller. I don't have a way to like tap it easily. It just has to like attack. Oh wait, no, I do, because if I can use this to crew the car. You tap it to crew it, and then you get a free land. And then I've got 5 lands that draw me a card. This is technically like a search, but same thing. And then I've got 6 draw cards. The One Ring draws, Tome of Legends. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and draw a card. Oh, you better believe we are. Pay 7. Sacrifice this, draw X cards where X is the number of differently named lands you control. I've only resolved this once, chat, but I did win the game afterwards. Does MTG have meta decks? Yeah. There's like competitive Commander. And yeah, if you're curious, the one I haven't printed out yet, the one I'm working on now is my Simpsons deck. I know I need to come up with a name for this. The commander is the Mind Skinner. So Principal Skinner. And it's a mill deck. So I'm putting my opponents in the mill house. So there's gotta be something there, you know? Mill house, Principal Skinner, Simpsons, something, I don't know. And this is, I wanted to make a mill deck, but after looking into it, there are competitive mill decks, but they're not fun to play because they're all like FTKs. Yeah, Skinner! So I decided to make this like, this is like a subtle mill deck. This is like, what was it? It slowly mills everyone until it doesn't. It's basically full of a bunch of cards that are just like, yeah, if you play a card, you've got to mill 1. No big deal, you've got 100 cards. And then it's got a handful of like bombs that suddenly make them mill like 50. So the idea is to like just play it chill, you know, Commander's a 4-person game, let everyone think I'm not really a threat, I'm barely doing anything. In fact, I'm playing a whole bunch of like hug box cards. Let's look at this. I'm playing cards like, oh, it's not in there. It's... Do I put them in the synergy? Yeah, I'm playing cards like Howling Mind. That's just like, at the beginning of every player's turn, every player can draw 1 additional card, so you draw 2. Kami of the Crescent Moon is the same thing, but as a monster. Scrolling Crawler is the same thing, but as an artifact. So I'm playing several cards that are just like, what? You don't want to take care of me. Like, yeah, you are milling like 2 or 3 cards each turn, but I'm also giving you a free draw. Don't you want to keep getting free draws? If you kill me now, you'll stop getting the free draws. Do we have the snake card that mills half their library? We have a bunch of... There's a bunch of cards that do that. Where is it? Oh yeah, I love this card. Players have no maximum hand size. Like, hey, you want to keep this? Now you can have way more than 7 cards. And then I can pay any amount of mana, and every player draws that many cards. Hi, by the way, howdy. The TMNT card. No, I don't think I have the TMNT cards in here. Maddening Cacophony. Only costs 2. Every opponent mills 8 cards. But it's got Kicker, which means you can pay an extra cost. An extra 4. If this was kicked, then each player mills half of their library rounded up instead. Yeah, I'm not playing Trauma. I'm not playing many of those cards. Yeah, these are both one-shots. I'm playing this one. This is like, what was it? I do have a couple cards, like, I don't have any way to search them, so it's still like a bracket 3 deck, but there is always the chance that, like, if I open with this, and I can summon this guy, then it's an FTK. Or not an FTK, it's an OTK once I get enough mana to cast it. It would be really expensive. This would be 6, and I'd need to have 9 mana. But this guy is, if your opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill twice that many. So if you have a card that says they mill half their deck, and a card that says they mill twice as many as they would mill, that means they mill their entire deck. Because half of double of half is the full thing. That and a River Churn Monument. Mono Blue doesn't have many tutors. I have quite a few in here, actually. Got like 6. Most of them just summon like artifacts or whatever, but they still kind of work. But yeah, River Churn Monument is any number of target players, so I could just choose every player. They mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. So again, if you activate this and make them mill half their deck, and then make them mill equal to the cards that are now in the graveyard, well, if half the deck is there, then they mill the other half. Yeah, it's a commander. You can wizard cycle in mono blue. Yeah, I have a couple. It's solve the equation, lets you get any sorcery or instant. Mesmeric. I didn't put Mesmeric because it mills me too. I had that originally and I was like testing, I was doing test hands and it was screwing me over. But yeah, the main thing, right? How I like, again, there's a whole bunch of cards that are just like, oh, every time I play a land, you mill 1. Anytime I put a permanent card on the field, you mill 1. Everyone draws 2 turns, or 2 times for their turn. Everything gets doubled. Each turn I can make all the players discard their hand and then draw that many cards. Whenever an opponent casts a card, they mill 2. So it's all these little mills, all these extra draws. And then my commander is, this card can't be blocked. If any source I control would deal damage, every player mills that much instead. And it's got 10 power. So this thing can't be blocked, and when it attacks, everyone mills 10. Assuming it's by itself. Bruh. Yeah, if a source would deal damage, prevent that damage, and each opponent mills that many. So it hits everyone. Which is nice. It means like it doesn't matter what kind of weird defenders or like I can just look at whatever player is tapped out of mana, that's the one I attack. And then my win con cards are like Fire Shrieker. The equipped card has double strike. So that means it attacks for 20 instead of 10. Nano Gene Conversion. Choose a target creature. Every other creature becomes a copy of that until the end of the turn, except they aren't legendary. There's a rule that, like, you can only control 1 copy of any legendary creature. Oh, no, yeah. So that's the thing, right? It's like, I'm playing all these monsters. This little is like, oh, look, this guy, you don't want to get rid of this guy. He gives you an extra draw every turn. Oh, this, it mills 3 when it enters. No big deal, you don't have to worry about that. And then this turns them all into the Mind Skinner, and I can easily attack with them and then mill like 50. The fastest way to become... Well, you do that, and then you win, hopefully. The idea, right, is you're not the focus until you are. The best, however, is Autoton Soldier. You may have this enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature, except it isn't legendary and it's an artifact. It also has Myriad. Myriad is a commander-specific thing that says if you attack one opponent, you create a duplicate for every other opponent that is also attacking them. So this thing is the Mind Skinner, except it splits into 3 and attacks all 3 of my opponents. And because every time it hits one of them, they all mill, it like duplicates and they have to mill 90. Granted, this does not have haste, so this is absolutely a, but does he lose legendary on copying? They said you make a copy of it, but it isn't legendary. So this is a copy of the non-legendary Mind Skinner, and then the Myriad creates tokens of this, which isn't legendary. The problem, he doesn't have haste. So it's like, I put this down and I'm like, okay, you have 1 turn to kill me. Better make it hurt. Better do it quick. Unlike this thing is like, I am ending the game now. And this is just another thing that becomes the Mind Skinner. Shuffle all cards from your graveyard into your deck. Target player puts that many cards from their deck into the graveyard. This is just a way, in case I start milling myself, I can get back out of it, reshuffle everything, and then also make them mill a whole bunch. You can run Chameleon in here, yeah. There's a bunch of cards I could run that basically do the same thing as this, where they just, like, become an extra copy of the Mind Skinner, but I already have enough. Where are we playing the MTG? Are we playing it on a tabletop simulator? I'm playing in real life with my friends in a way that doesn't get recorded. You can playtest on Moxfield. You know, if you want to, like, simulate, like, okay, turn 1, land, tap it, Altar of the Brood, next turn. Altar of the Brood says, I have to move it over here a little bit. No, it's showing up off camera. Whenever another permanent enters the battlefield, your opponent puts the top card of his or her deck on the... So they mill 1 every time you play a permanent. It doesn't say non-land permanent, so it's like land... and I just use this to keep track of how many times I've milled them, like, there's a mill. Next turn. Land, there's a mill, 1, 2, 3, Trophy Mage, there's a mill. Trophy Mage lets me get any artifact that has a mana cost of 3. And I have a couple. Usually what I do... Oh, that's a sorcery. But I specifically remember I've taken ones that... There's a couple options for each one. Oh, and you can't see my library. 1 second. There we go. When you have 3 mana and Mystic Study. No, because that makes me the target. As soon as I play that, everyone's going to come after me. You gotta wait a little bit. You gotta be a little more subtle. You can't let people... You gotta hide your power level, chat. If people think you're Frieza, they're gonna come after you. So this is no more than 2 creatures can attack you. This is just like making sure I don't die. Signpost, we don't want that one. The main one, also I like to make sure I have this on board, which is probably what I'm going to go for. If I can find it. The hardest part is like searching for whatever you need to get. I can get one that gives everyone draws, but that also makes me like the target. That makes me the problem to deal with. Wow, it's like right at the bottom, isn't it? There it is, I think. No, that's the ramp one. Oh, yeah, I guess I do get that one. Playing blue makes you the target already. What? No, I'm fine. Turn 4, yeah, this is, when this creature enters, banish all cards in the graveyard. It's good to have one of these on the ready. So after you banish, like, or after you make them mill 20 cards or whatever, you make sure they can't play out of the graveyard. I could have swore I had another card that, like, stops them from doing that. Actually, 1 second. No, okay, it is just that. Oh, it reset it. Fuck. But yeah, generally in the playtesting that I've been doing, like here, And granted, you know, I'm assuming that people aren't going to come after me. I assume that I'm not getting, like, hit by stuff. It's really hard to playtest exactly in this, but you can get kind of an idea of, like, yeah, usually around turn 8, I've got something where I can draw, like, 10 cards, and then I can either search, or I just naturally find one of my finishers, and then I can hit them with, like, 60 mil in one turn. Blue and green are the colors of the devil. An anti-fish pact, yeah. While you're here, Kale, speaking of green, here's the green deck I made. Kona, the rescue beastie. Look, he's so nice. At the beginning of main phase 2, if this card is tapped, put any permanent card from your hand onto the field. You know, how could that possibly be bad? Blue and green together, the turquoise deck. Yeah, and this one is just immediate red flag. Yeah. This is the one I'm like, if I want a short game, I play this. Because I either, like, win by turn 5, or everyone teams up on me, and then I'm, like, trying to recover the entire time. If they start targeting, like, as soon as this comes out, everyone's like, do you have removal? Because we need to remove that. Anyway, I Bright Steel Colossus, yeah. Where is it? Yeah, just Bright Steel Colossus. Anyway, I just Crater Hoof Behemoth for free. Or Galta. Galta's the, like, I have ways to search this, and this says, when this enters the battlefield, every card in your hand enters the battlefield. Let me see if I can old... The Hickory Woodlord. So this comes into play tapped with 2 depletion counters on it. I can remove a depletion counter to add 2 green mana. When there are none left, it's over. Galta end their existence. So turn 1, we're fine. Turn 2, we're going to tap it. We got 2 mana. We're gonna do... Well, that's removal. Yeah, I think we got 2 mana, so we play Bird of Paradise, and we play Boreal Druid. Yeah, and then we just, like, play this, tap, destroy, pay a life, get a forest, move to battlefield. Yeah, that's good. Next turn, play a land. Now I've got, this costs 4, so I can just, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's my commander on turn 3. Fuck greed and their tax evasion. You pay for stuff like the rest of us. Yeah, and we'll just crack this, get 2 more, put this on the field too. Turn 4. Oh boy. Let's go. So this is Ferocious. If you control a creature with 4 power or greater, which is our commander, I can tap this for 4 mana, for 4 green. So that allows us to play Fierce Empath. Search your library for a creature with a mana value of 6 or greater. So I could get, what's his name, Galta here. Or I could get like this. Or I could get the Bright Steel Colossus. let's just get this, right? This, and then, because this was summoned last turn, we can attack with this. It's turn 4, so there's gotta be one opponent that we can, like, beat with battle, like, that won't block through this. So we attacked with it. It doesn't matter if we did damage or it got blocked. We get to main phase 2, which means we can just plop this onto the field. Whenever you tap a land for mana, you get an additional mana. Whenever your opponent taps a land, it doesn't untap next turn. So at this point, it's like, unless they have removal right now, they're kind of screwed. Because whenever they tap their land for mana, it just don't come back. They're just going to be at a perpetual disadvantage for the rest of the game. And I still have this instant that can destroy an artifact or an enchantment, or target creature gains hexproof and indestructible. So let's say they see this and they're like, I do have the removal, I'll use it. I can just be like, tap, tap, no, I'm hexproof, get out of here. Turn 4, of course, this is the big problem, right, is now I've used everything in my hand. So if 2 players had removal, or if they found a way to get rid of this before I could hexproof it, like, this is all I've got. I'm attacking with 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 every turn, but that's not enough for game. I need one of my, like, draw spells, and now I'm just, like, mana flooded. Now I'm just, like, mana flooded. Now I'm just, like, mana flooded. Now is, yeah, I mean, this is turn 9. I'm probably dead, unfortunately. But if I got to this point, look at the top 7 cards of your deck, put a creature among them onto the battlefield. If that has a mana cost of 3 or less, it puts 1/1. Put the rest on your bottom of your library. So that's 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we can look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, nothing? Nothing. I mean, I guess I can move this to the battlefield, sure. Move to the bottom. Yeah, what I really need is like this. If I could get my way to something like this, and this is the problem with this deck, where maybe I need to go back to when it comes to like the win condition of get out this guy and then get out a big guy, I can do that. But then afterwards, if I don't draw into one of my like 10 draw cards, if I do, then this is like, you know, when you cast it, sacrifice a creature. So, I guess, yeah, I'll just sacrifice my commander since I got nothing here. And then I get to draw equal to its, like, power. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'll have enough next turn to summon it back, and then I can put this on, and I can put this on, and yada yada. Anyway. That's enough Magic the Gathering. I'm a big energy fan. If anything is a pet deck, that one's mine. Okay, so I think what we're going to do for the rest of the stream, chat, we're gonna do some duels. We're going to test out the DDD deck. But first, I kind of have to use the restroom. And also, I got to get my dinner out of the thing. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to take a solid, like this might be like a 5-minute break. We're going to be here for a little bit. But when we come back, we'll be doing duels. If you want a duel, send me a message on Discord if you're a patron. We'll get the duels in there. I'll go ahead and play another ad for the people who aren't subscribed. If you are subscribed, thank you very much. If you need to use the restroom or get a sandwich, go do that. Thanks to everyone who's still here. And let's see, while I'm off using the restroom and getting my food, bam. It's Strong Bad email time. I know you like the Strong Bad emails. 'Cause 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 Good times, good times. All right, chat. You ready to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh? You ready to Yu-Gi-Oh? The question is, will there be anyone who actually wants to duel? Will dueling happen? Create a room. We'll let 50 people in. I could play a card game. Let's see. Where's the text? That ain't it. That ain't it. That's it. Although the code is old. Let's give it a new code. There we go. We got a code. Listening to the code you play. Hopping in every day. Playing the code like you wouldn't believe. There we go. Yeah, and if you're a patron and you would like to duel, you can get first dibs by sending me a message on the Discord. If you are not a patron, so far there's no one's claimed though, so I guess we're just open to whoever. I'm at table 25. Scroll on down to the bottom and say hi. I'll claim a spot when I'm done losing this ranked game. But what if you win the ranked game? You gotta have spirit, you gotta have faith. But you gotta have faith. You gotta rock your body. I know not everybody's got a body like you. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it jams. What decks are fine to bring? Whatever you want. Pardon me, boy. Is that a Chattanooga choo-choo? Track 29. You got me feeling so fine. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Ba-na-na-na-na. It's not unusual to have fun with anyone. Yeah, I'll try this. Ah, I see. 2 0 scales. Okay. Huh. I see. Ash Blossom was very effective. Do I remember how to do this? No, I really don't. But I remember this is important. Sure, I'll put that in there. Hey there, brother. Hey, how's it going? You... And then I make the very wise King Solomon. Sure. This feels really unfortunate. Because I feel like I have game, but I don't know how to get there. Not exactly, anyway. Alfred. This is 33. I don't think I want to do this because I'll get half damage. Oh. This original type is not dinosaur. Griffin. This gets an effect. Oh yeah. Is this game? Yeah. Yeah, we'll just go. I don't think I have to worry about Nibiru. If I did, then I would just worry about Nibiru. See, I kind of know the combos. I could have gotten to more things. I am ready. Okay, Frost Hollow, come to table 15. Mind-controlled kitty cat, why would you do such a thing? What's the opinion on Genesis so far? I've heard it called TCG Lite. So here's the thing. A lot of people heard yesterday's gameplay and they assumed that it would be closer to Edison or GOAT, and it's not like that. It's still like the modern Yu-Gi-Oh game. The main difference between like Master Duel format and Genesis format is that in Genesis format, there's very, very few negates and they're much more conditional. There's also very, very few like hand traps. And so as a result, your deck is, or the games are much more like your engine versus your opponent's engine. Like, if you're playing a game of, like, you might still have, like, Radiant Typhoon versus Draco Tail in that format, but Draco Tail doesn't have access to any hand traps because all the Draco Tails are really, really high pointed. So the only thing you have to worry about from Draco Tail are their 2 fusion monsters and their 2 traps that do anything. So as a result, it's a much more simple deck, and it feels like you're fighting Draco Tail. It's not like, oh, I played them and they got Ash, they got Maxi and Imperm and Nibiru and I couldn't do anything. Right? If they do have like Ash and Imperm, which some decks do still have, then usually it's like because they're playing Gustos, right? It's like they're playing a deck from like 10 years ago and they get hand traps. But as a result, you can be confident like, yeah, Gusto don't have any negates. They don't have any quick effect removal, so the only thing you have to interact with is whatever their hand traps are. It sounds like turning the clock back a little bit, but like that's the thing. There's a lot of people like, you know, oh, I wanted to play my old deck. You can still play your old deck. Or they're like, oh, I was hoping the new decks wouldn't be playable. And they still are, but they play entirely differently from how they play on Master Duel. Because the things are archetype versus archetype, not like non-engine hand traps versus hand traps. Everyone forgets about the first 5 minutes. Non-engine doesn't, it very rarely does. That would have been nice. Can I do anything here? Greetings, new to the channel. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's grab this. My biggest gripe is the lack of pendulums and links. Yeah. Okay. Battle phase? Spa! Continue the main phase, yeah. Oh, this activates. Okay. So I wasn't able to break the board entirely, but I did a pretty good job considering, right? That's what I like to hear. Nice. Ouch. Real quick. Yeah, okay, there's no reason to do that. Siegfried! Battle phase. I see. Two DD monsters. Dog versus cat. Oh, fuck. Mistakes were made. Yeah, I mean, I might as well, right? Habakari. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Second pendulum summon. Wait, why didn't it send it to the graveyard? The 4D. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we get another creature. Piercing. Stuff comes back. Everyone's negated. Battle phase. Touche, touche. Everything does half damage, but I still made it. Ugh. Sorry for the lack of discussion there, Chad. I was thinking. I tried. You did surprisingly well. Not surprisingly well. You did well. I don't know why I said surprisingly. You've been a good opponent. Thank you for giving me a difficult test. Alright. Anyone who would like to duel? Table 24. How has the learning curve been? Easier than speedroids. I don't know if it's because I played this deck before, or if the new support really just has consolidated everything, but it's not all that difficult to pick up. Hello, Wave the Night. How are you this fine and fanciful day? Do you exist in a world of tomorrow? Let's try this. How about you? I'm doing alright. I got a little bit of a headache building. It hath arrived. What the dog doing? Look at him over here like Copernicus. What are you discovering the sun or something? No, not yet. The target monsters increase the number of dark... Okay, yeah. So I have 2. So I can increase by 2. I thought it was just increase by 2. That's what this does. Or no, it's make this card's level 4. And then I was surprised last time because I could not 4. Garugamesh! So this is a foolish burial. We send the Necro Slime. This gets me my scales, and we want to go Queen and Throneman. Then we Necro the Slime. Yeah. Siegfried. Everybody get your hands ready. Because it's time to wave high, King Caesar, wave high. Normal summon. No, I don't want to do that. Wait, why can't I make Clovis? None of these are a tuner. Yeah, I messed that up a bit. But we're probably good. Forbidden Droplet for 4. I main Gem Knights, and your Gem Knight video drew me here. Had a lot of fun watching and learning. Hey, glad to hear. How have Gem Knights been recently? Are they still pretty good? Dark Ruler plus Raigeki. Yeah, unfortunately this deck is the no fun police. Declan de Caba. Wait, you can link? Oh, it's just Fusion, Synchro, or Ixie. Gotcha, they can still link. Slurp. Isn't the field spell bad? It turns all of their stuff into quick effects, but that don't really help them that much. I'd rather save my spell trap negate for something that's more impactful. Have we experimented with odd eyes and DDs? No. None of the list I saw mentioned odd eyes in the slightest. Why is this not once per turn? Why is this not once per turn? Shouldn't it be once per turn? I should only be able to do it one time per turn. Yep, nothing in the graveyard. And like, I could make the 4D. Ouchie, wah. Called by. I see. Yeah, I hate Wave King Caesar too. He don't wave high. He just wave. Yeah, you can post it in the Discord. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. I was like, oh, I'll duel with the viewers or whatever, but this is not the funnest deck to duel against. I mean, there's a chance that, like, if you get the right amount of hand traps, where you only make, like, a half board, or you've got, like, the perfect board of, like, being able to break through everything, or just you go first in general. But I don't have a whole lot of go second stuff, so like it was really kind of a miracle that I beat Frost Hollow. Is there a Patreon list? There's not. Whoever would like to duel can duel. Also, I keep forgetting their name. There was someone who wanted me to play Outer Wilds. How's the DDDing? It's going pretty good. And I keep forgetting what their name is or what they do. They said they were going on vacation. I was like, that's fine. It gives me plenty of time to play Laika. But then I decided Laika sucked and I didn't want to play it anymore. And I'm like, I could start that game, but I want to wait for them to get back from vacation. Imagine if I was playing Kali Yuga. Imagine. One second. Seven Vajanyas. Yep, I'm just the gamer. Can I request a game come April? I'll have to look at when exactly everything happens, but probably. Boo-doo-doo. what happened in Leica. It wasn't very enjoyable. Oh no, this is a 1 scale. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm a buffoon. Mistakes were made. Yep, you might got me. Average 3 cards. I don't think I've ever seen that. There's always one chucklefuck who's like, I think actually 2 cards is the best, and it's 2.99. This is a deal, but it's not a big deal. Fuck, it might be a big deal. Doo-doo. Ha! But your monsters is smaller than mine. Ho-ho! Ouchie, wah. Oh no, I might be dead. Yep, I can't believe I saw the scale and I was like, ah, 1 scale, that'll be good, and I forgot I already had a 0. Misplay of the century. He's graven. He's an English graver, chat. An EN graver. Not to be confused with a gun graver. Ugh. Gee, Billy, how come you get to start with 2 Ash Blossoms? Yep, and unfortunately, because I take 2,000 damage, I think I'm dead I'd be dead anyway. Oh no, this isn't the one that I was expecting. Oh, I can bring her back. Her. Yup. Yup. You got me. Synergistic management solutions. Have a good one, Deutscher. Thanks for coming on down. What the heck? Someone texting me? No, it's just an email. No, it's just an email. Kira Vector. Huh? Weird. I got an email from someone named Gary. Hi. Sorry to bother you. Do you order items on Amazon? ... Gary. I don't think I should have replied to that one, chat. What a weirdo. Oh, hey, it's Kira Vector. I know them. We can trust Gary. Remember, Gary loves you. Well, do you? I'm squinting my eyes at you, Jeremy. Are you in line with Gary? Hey, Joe, give me your social security number. Sure thing. 45. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That's what it says on this thing I got. What's this? 56 cards? Kepler. And droll. No droll? Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Salvos, Cedos, Burritos. Time to be wise, chat. Wise King Solomon, he thinks and he does stuff. He is so wise and it'll never be enough. Slide to the right. Slide to the left. Crisscross. Garugamesh. Let's go slime. Let's go this and this. Floppy floopy. Bobbity bippy. A bibbity boopy. Is this next month's deck? Yes. And now we cannot be Nibiru'd. Alfred! I have a feeling this won't be as bad as the Goaty climb. Probably not. Siegfried! Pendulum. What does this do when it goes to the graveyard? Oh. So this don't do like anything. I just deck thing. Could have just made Deus Ex to have it at more mats. Yeah, probably what I should have done. Boom, 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 boom. A loober, the doober, a boober, the doober, a boober, the doober, a booba, 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 booba. Yes. Big. Why is there a Mitsu card in my branded deck? Because it doesn't lock you out of making rituals. What do we pick? "10,000 years of habakari." Damn. Damn, son. What'd you think about that? And the Ash was just for free. I don't think Hulk annoyed me as much as Habakari. Well, they're different kinds of cards. Hulk was much more annoying in the same way that, like, Moon of the Closed Heavens is. 10,000 minus 18. Okay, yeah, we just go to battle. I kind of like Habakiri because it's fun to use. But yeah, the card has to go. Yeah. Imagine if Habakiri was once per turn and not once per duel. Imagine the kind of world we would live in. How would you exist? I already know my combos, go ahead. I thought Siegfried negated until the end of the turn. Is it until the next standby phase? Yeah, until the next standby phase. Okay. Ass, grass, or pass. The one deck you decide to let them go first. Yeah, I guess they wanted to go second. Mutiny in the sky. Mutiny in the sky with diamonds. Mutiny in the sky with diamonds. Mutiny in the sky with diamonds. Oh. Sounds like a good book name, yeah. Ooh, strong wind blows outside. Oh. Gotta have confidence, chat. Normal summon. Behold, a very big stick. Ash! What an asshole. Okay. Pendulum scale. And this time we actually want to summon Griffin. It has to be pendulum summoned. Fuck. Fuck, shit, fuck. Okay, I just gotta hope this isn't in perm. Curry Photon? You fucking what? Oh. Yeah. That's funny. It's the other card that, like, you discard a card to get a thing. Okay. Guru, oh wait, no, it's not. Sky's just Ragnarok. Uh-oh. I might be in a little danger. Clovis. Lurking J, hello, thank you for the 100 bits. Things have been going all right. We've been learning stuff and learning things and doing stuff. Voodoo. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I've been really enjoying the new Magnet Warrior cards. Ooh. Seem like they might be fun. Okay. Let's get Alfred! Oh, is this not a DDD card? No, it is. Oh, it's a level 5 or higher. Doe. They take no damage this turn. So I actually need to crash this. Yeah, they take nothing. But like, this is 3 negates into a field of nothing, right? Like, I forgot about the Curry Photon. It's not something you usually expect. I wish Maxi was banned. Me too, brother. Me too. I'm now at table 12. How you feeling with DD so far? Pretty confident. I feel like I'm doing well. I don't know, you would be the better judge, Chad. Do you feel like I'm like doing the stuff? Have the patrons dueled? The patrons? No patron has claimed to duel today. Is there a queue? Nope. Wow. Interesting. Should be able to get a draw off of this, probably, unless you got Ash in hand. Ripper. Ripper, I barely even know her. The Orthos loop? Is Orthos not once per turn? Soft ones. I mean, I know Kepler can put it back. Yeah, we just get Surveyor. Troll is the loneliest creature that you'll ever know. Maxi is a worse than Droll, but it's the loneliest number since you got a Droll. Let's get, yeah, this. Copernicus. Reapers. Kanash Kanite. Oh, I already did it. Yep, that was a mistake. I forgot I was under Droll. Nope, that won't work. Yeah, I think we just go for you and you. Well, they've already used all their monsters from hand, I'm pretty sure. Thanks, buddy. And then I make Zeus! I do have Zeus in the stack, actually. Oh, why thank you. You fucking what, mate? He's Chris-Strawning! Yeah, I need to keep them off of level 5s if possible. Slurp. They call me Slurpee Johnson. I slurp all the day. This is the. I'm just gonna stop there. That's a terrible song, and I should not have put it out into the world. Because it negates. Does it negate? Yeah, probably. Too late, clip. Fuck! Fuck, shit, fuck. The cluster. Oh, you. The one of. No draws. Got him, yeah. Yeah, Scale Surveyor can change one scale to 0. So if you like they destroyed this and I just had the 1, they could do something. The fuck? Oh. Gotcha. I was like, but what if they have like Mirror Force and a pop? If they have it, they have it. Sure. What does Lupus say again? During the main phase. Oh, hand or graveyard. Gotcha. Go Siegfried! Attack for game! GG's 4C, holy. Yeah, that's the one thing. I thought this deck would be like, going second, it would have a lot of trouble. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, that was not easy. But the fact that it was possible is kind of bonkers. It's the one thing that this deck has is that they've given it is it now has some resilience. Pardon me. Thanks for the game, indeed. And yeah, if you missed the building stream, there are actually more variants of DDD than you might expect. They're not a whole lot different, but they do represent fundamentally different ideas about what makes a deck good. The thing that pretty much everyone agrees on, right? If DDD goes first, it can make 9 disruptions. And you don't need to make 9 disruptions. You can win the game with like 5 easily. Maybe not even that much. So they're like, what you don't need is the ability to go first better. What you need instead is a game plan when you lose the coin toss. This deck is good enough and consistent enough on its own that that's what you need to worry about. Overkill is a kind of kill, yeah. So this is the standard build. This is the one that makes 9 negates going first and still has room to play like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 hand traps. So you're playing 15 hand traps, plus some stuff to stop hand traps. And you can make 9 disruptions going first. And then going second, there's 2 different schools of thought. It's not used anymore, no. The first one is all starters, no bricks. And this is, you take out the one-of cards that give you extra disruptions, so that your ceiling is lower, and instead you put more one-card starters and even more disruptions. So this version gets to play 2 more hand traps in the form of Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. I'm sorry, 3 more, because we're playing 2 more of that, and we're playing a 3rd copy of Perulia. Whereas before we were playing 2 Maxi and then 3 Fuelos. So you go from 15 hand traps to 18 hand traps. You take out all the extenders, like Griffin just becomes a one-of, and you focus on like, you are going to be Ash Blossomed, you are going to be Veilered. And if that's the case, what you need is like, more ways to search your starters. Is it Necro a brick? Yes. You're playing a minimum. You are still playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this is kind of a starter. But at least in the deck profile, he's like, these are 5 cards you do not want to see in your opening hand. But also, all of them are good enough that if you do see them in your opening hand, you can usually do something. The only ones that are really like hard bricks where you're going to have trouble are Necro Slime and Lance Soldier, but they give you so much advantage that it's worth still playing them. But you're not playing any of the DD traps, you're not playing the Surveyor Scale, you're only playing 1 Griffin. Oh, and Oblivion. And then in their place, you're just playing Dark Spirit Mastery. Add a level 8 Fiend from your deck to your hand, so it searches Machinex. Queen Machinex. Doom Queen, we'll just call her. Doom Queen is your 1-card starter. So you have 3 Doom Queen. You have 3 Dark Contract that searches Doom Queen. You've got 3 Dark Spirit Mastery that searches Doom Queen. And you're playing Nightmare Throne. This gets you a Fiend with 0 attack, which means you get Kepler, which gets you Dark Contract, which gets you Doom Queen. So what this version represents is you are playing a deck where 18 of the cards are hand traps to disrupt your opponent. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of the cards are 1-card starters. So statistically, what you're most likely to open is 2 1-card starters and 3 hand traps. So you're doing the snake eye thing, right? If you go second, you will open 3 hand traps. They will not be able to play through those. And then you'll be able to play through at least 2 disruptions because you'll have 2 starters. The alternative option is, whoa. You're going to be starting with a 5-card hand. You don't need to worry about the 1-card starters if you have all the extenders. You don't even necessarily need to stop them from playing, because you can play through some stuff in this deck. So instead of playing 18 hand traps, we actually remove 2 of them. We're on the 13 hand traps now, down from the 15. And instead we're playing like 3 Surveyor, 3 Griffin, 3 Count Surveyor, and 3 Swirl Slime, and 1 Defense Soldier. I'm unsure about this. I'll probably take this out. And the idea here is just like you'll either open hand traps, or if you don't open hand traps, it's because you have a hand that is like Swirl Slime, Kepler, Griffin, Scale Surveyor, Doom Queen, and you can just go crazy. Kali Yuga or White Armageddon, yeah. We'll consider it. Didn't you get a Royal Count Surveyor? No? If I did, I broke it down, but I don't remember. Yeah. And this is also, what was it? They're going down to 1 on the Dark Contract with the gate. Because their thing is, right? If you summon Kepler, and Kepler gets ashed or veilered or impermed, yes, you don't get the search, but Kepler's still on the field. And because we play 3 Griffin, which says if you control a DD, summon it, and 3 Surveyor that says if you control a DD, special summon it, you're more likely to be able to extend into that position. Whereas, if you open with Dark Contract and that gets ashed, then you just have a useless spell on your field. So we've actually got less of the 1-card starters, less of the hand traps, but we're just able to play into everything. We're able to go crazy. What does this do real quick? Target a DD in your Pendulum Zone, special summon it. Banish a DD from your graveyard. If your DDD attacks this turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects. There's no battle traps in the format, so I can't imagine it would be that. You can banish this from your graveyard, add a DD Pendulum from your extra deck or graveyard to your hand. Yeah, I can't see how this would be useful, but it was in the list. But yeah, so the plan is we're going to spend the first 2 streams doing the standard build, just learning the basic combos of what DDD can do. And then we're going to spend a stream each on the 2 different meta builds that are competitive builds that I've seen. And then the final 2 streams, our goal is going to be to take everything we've learned and decide on what the best version of the deck could be. it is useful for Alfred to banish it. Alfred is cool. And yeah, we could get rid of this. Ugh. Maybe it's not Arma. Maybe it's Arma. Oh, it's just bright. Yeah, I've always got a soft spot for Bright Armageddon. It's just a 3500 that says none of your monsters can be targeted. There was a previous duel where I was like, what do I do? You know, my opponent's got some pretty good stuff. They've stopped me. All I've got is Gilgamesh. But Gilgamesh floats. If it's destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect with an opponent's attacking monster. Gotta keep that in mind. You could summon a DD monster from your extra deck in defense position. So there are times when, like, they pop your Gilgamesh, and being able to summon a 3000 defense wall that can't be targeted by anything is too much for them to get over. He's the brightest of the bunch. Yeah, the other alternative is, of course, Kali. Kali Yuga. After this card is Ixie summoned, for the rest of the turn, other cards and their effects cannot be activated. You can detach one to destroy all spell traps. You can detach one to target a dark contract and set it. Boo! Like, the thing is, this isn't good for that reason. It can't be, it wouldn't count as being Ixie summoned. But, in specifically this build, the All Extenders build, I think I'll put this in because this is a level 8 and this is a level 8. If we get both of them onto the field, then we can hard make Kali Yuga. And then Kali Yuga can wipe all the back row and turn off everything. Yeah, you can also like, if you have one of these, and then you summon the knight, and you haven't used the effect yet, or you have a way to get it back, and you have, like, one of your level 6s, you can make that a level 8. You can use Siegfried plus something else. It'll probably never come up, or it'll only come up once, but when it does, it'll be funny. Also, I think we get rid of this and we play, I don't think we have room for both. Where's it at? There we go. Do we play Trap Hate? Not yet. You know how to play under Droll? Kind of. That's one of the things I'll learn later. So someone sent me a message earlier. Where was it at? DDD 1 card under Droll. Yeah, that's why you always want to start with the gate if you can. Gate sends that. Up until now, this is mostly the same combo. But you bring back that. Make it level 4. Go to that. Into King Tell. Link off. Get scales. Huh. Oh, I guess you need a 10 so you can bring that back. Oh, when did we get that into the graveyard? Hold up. Oh, that's what we sent with King Tell. So King Tell goes to the graveyard. We get the 2 scales. That sends the defense guy. We pendulum. That brings back the defense guy. He summons from the pendulum scale. When he summons, he gets back King Tell. King Tell's not once per turn for the Necro Slime. Necro into that, make that, bring back the defense. Bright Armageddon. Necro is the extender into everything. Yeah, so you got Wave High, you've got Mach-and X, you've got a Thunder Ragnarok, and everything is untargetable. And you got untargetable. And a generic monster negate. What's the generic monster negate? Why scale Kepler over Surveyor? Yeah, I don't think you want to scale Kepler ever. Kepler is an artifact from when pendulums were new and they were scared. You cannot pendulum summon except for DD. This effect cannot be negated. Scale 10, but during your standby phase, reduce this by 2. Then destroy all monsters you control with a level greater than or equal to this card's scale, except DD monsters. But yeah, if we have this is just better, right? If you pendulum summon, you can target 3 monsters your opponent controls with the same type or attribute as each other. Tribute 2 of those 3 monsters, and if you do, the third gains attack and defense equal to the total attack and defense they had on the field. Are we ever penduluming a 9? I don't think we have a 9 in the deck. Old pens were very funny, yeah. Yeah, so this is a 10, and you want to get... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got the levels confused again. Yeah, so Scale Surveyor. And this can turn something to a 0 if you want. So, yeah, and we're probably playing this in that version of the deck. Like the... Whoops. Yeah, I keep wanting to call this Surveyor, but there's 2 Surveyors. There's the Scale Surveyor and the Count Surveyor. Ugh. Sadly, chat, I've got kind of a headache. I do not think I can Yu-Gi-Oh! For the rest of the night. I mean, we're past where we would normally Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway. Isn't there a third one? Is there? Sleepeth, welleth. But it's crap! 3 exclamation marks. That's how you know it's really bad. Extra Surveyor. It's a 4. Yuck. The face-up monster card your opponent controls is destroyed by battle or card effect. Target a DDD you control. Banish 2 cards from your pendulum zones, and if you do, that monster can make a second attack each battle phase this turn. Each battle phase. It's royal rare. You have to run it now. I mean, to be fair, you know, if the Arc Crisis or whatever wasn't already an OTK machine, this is like, okay, but what if it can make another attack? Yeah, level 5, which means it can't be used for anything. 4 scale, which is like awful because it stops you from penduluming most of the things you like. You can discard this card. Add a DD pendulum from your extra deck to your hand, except a copy of itself. If this card is banished, you can banish the top cards of your opponent's deck equal to the number of DD pendulums in their extra deck? Then you can make 1 DD gain 200 for every card banished. The fuck? So am I reading this correctly in that like this mill effect only works if you're playing a DD mirror match? Oh, I'm sorry, just the face-up pendulum monsters. For some reason I misread that as the number of face-up DD monsters. Yeah, this seems like a an anime card. Look at all these DD cards, chat. Such a proud ogre. Are there any DD cards I don't have? Just 2. I don't have Gust King High Alexander, who is a UR for some reason. And I don't have DDDD Super Dimensional Sovereign Emperor Zero Paradox, whose name is so scrunched that it can barely fit in the field. What's he proud about? Being an ogre, probably. Target 1 card in your opponent's pendulum zone. Summon this card, and if you do, place that card. Shouldn't be talking and eating at the same time. Okay. Target a card in your opponent's pendulum zone. Summon this card. Place that card in your pendulum zone, but destroy it during the end phase of the next turn. So it summons itself and steals a pendulum. So again, good in the pendulum mirror match. He got many hands. He's like Kane. They're even coming out of portals and stuff. These aren't even his hands. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by its own effect. When you pendulum summon a monster, while the total pendulum scales in your pendulum zones are higher than the total levels of the pendulum. The scales are higher than the pendulum summoned monsters. You can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, destroy as many other cards on the field as possible. Then you can place this card in your Pendulum Zone. If another DDD monster leaves the field by spell card or effect, its attack becomes 6,000. So, let's say hypothetically, I have Queen Machinex, and I have Ragnarok. That's the scale 0 and a scale 5. I Pendulum summon 2 level 4s, so their levels 8 are higher than the scales, which are 5. Then I can summon this, destroy as many other cards on the field as possible. Then place this in the zone. But I wouldn't want to unless my opponent had a Pendulum monster. And then if another DDD leaves the field because of a spell card effect. The total Pendulum scale... Oh, the scales need to be higher. Okay. So I have Ragnarok and I have Queen. All I gotta do is Pendulum summon like a level 4 monster. Then this comes out. Then it blows up the entire field. You'd need Scale Surveyor. It's a manga card. I don't think it's very good. I will generate one, though. And I was like, if it's Royal Rare, then I play it. But it ain't, so I won't. Oh, he coming. Ding. Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. Would you like an apple pie with that? Okie dokie. There we go. I guess I'll change the thing to just chatting. Or maybe we should just get... I don't know, chat. Is there anything on your mind, specifically? Anything you'd like to talk about? Or should I just call the stream like a half an hour early today, since I'm not really in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Headspace? Monsters Pendulum summoned. I'm trying to think if there's anything else interesting that's really happened, but it's like, I discovered that band yesterday, but I talked about that at the start of the stream. The Amazing Digital Circus episode 8 came out. That was pretty cool, but unlike the previous episode was one that had people really speculating a lot. It was really interesting to see the different takes that people had. And in this one, it's a lot clearer at what's happening. No spoilers, you haven't watched it yet. So did you fully give up Leica? Yeah. I did give it another shot, but I'm deafening myself. Which series again? The Amazing Digital Circus. Which is weird. I mean, I'll let you know if I'm doing spoilers. I mean, he's probably already deafened himself, but it's one of those shows. I remember the pilot came out and there was a bunch of hype around it, so I was like, okay, I'll check it out, and I watched it, and I think like 5 minutes in, I turned it to like 1.25 speed, And, like, I made it through to the end, and I was like, okay, that's alright. It's interesting. And then, like, what was it? And then there was, like, the pilot, and it took them, like, 6 months to get the first episode out, so I was like, oh, the first episode's out, I guess I'll check that out. And I checked it out, and it was, like, better than the pilot, like, a little bit. But it wasn't anything to, like, write home about. I was like, okay, I kind of see where this is going. This is neat. And it's one of those, I've told people this about it before, if you're, like, if you're someone who watched it and was like, it didn't look interesting, I completely get it. I think if they released the show all at once, I don't think I would go on to, like, episode 3. Because episodes 1 and 2 weren't, like, so mind-blowingly shocking or exciting that I was like, oh, well, I gotta see where this is going. I have only seen the pilot episodes 1 and 2, yeah. But the thing is, they're, like, basically releasing it as they finish it, and because these are complex animated projects, and they're a fairly small company in the grand scheme of things, they only put out, like, 1 episode every 4 months. It's, like, 1 per quarter. And I think that's, like, the perfect waiting period. Because by the time another one comes out, it's always like, oh yeah, I guess I could watch another one of those. It's been, like, 3 months. I think they are done with the series after 9. Yeah, it's a 9-episode series. Interesting. So you started watching it, Kale, but you did not keep going with it? But you care about spoilers. I would feel like if you were invested, you would, like, go through it. Either that or someone like, oh, I keep hearing about it, I plan to watch it eventually. I am going to watch it, yeah. Like, every episode that's come out, what was it? I think, like, for episodes 2 through 6, when they came out, it was always like, I watched it within a week or 2 of it coming out. I never went to, like, the premiere. I wasn't, like, looking online, oh, when's it coming out? It would come out and I'd see, like, a video get recommended where someone's, like, talking about it, or the game theory people would make a video talking about it. I'd be like, oh yeah, that exists. I should go check out the other one. It's basically a holodeck manufacturing episode from Star Trek. Not necessarily. I'm going to watch it. Hurry. But yeah, I would say all of that changed with episode 7. Episode 7 was the first one where I was like, hold on now. This has my attention. Touche, this is very interesting. And then episode 8 just went even farther with it. Where I'm like, ah, exciting. I put it in the same ballpark of brain rot as Skibbity Toilet. Oh no, it's nothing like Skibbity Toilet. The thing about Skibbity Toilet, right? And I say this as someone who has watched all of Skibbity Toilet. Like, they added characterization and, like, a plot later on. But the plot of Skibbity Toilet is like, it's like pro wrestling. It's like 2 action figures, like, smashing against each other. There is not really a whole lot of character depth in Skibbity Toilet. There's like 2 characters that actually have something resembling an arc. And it's only really interesting because they, like, hint at it without actually telling you. And so it gives the illusion that there's more depth than there actually is. Pro wrestling slaps for people who like it. Exactly. I'll always defend Skibbity Toilet as like, yeah, that shit wasn't high art or anything, you know, you're not gonna go in and be like, blown away, but the guy knew how to make a fight scene. He knew how to have dramatic tension. He's a really good animator, and he just used the fact that that got popular as an excuse to, like, animate some cool shit. Entertainment is allowed to be simple, yeah. But, like, that's all Skibidi Toilet was, right? Like, it had the mechanics of pro wrestling. It was, there are good guys and bad guys, and they're fighting. And then, oh no, there's an even bigger, badder guy, and now some of the good guys and bad guys must team up to fight an even stronger foe. Simply doesn't mean low quality, yeah. At the same time, I will say, like, you know, if you're not into that kind of stuff, yeah, you're not missing out on much. But to think that it's just like fart jokes or just like a kid's show with like no plot or whatever, like it's better than the fucking AI fruit reality show Island or whatever. I've been rewatching the Hardleg literature. Hey, I'm glad people still enjoy that. The what? It's been getting like insanely popular on like TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's like a reality show. It's like a Love Island thing, but it's with like these AI cartoon characters that are like watermelons and apple. Like their heads are like apples and strawberries and bananas or whatever, and then they're just like they've got that color skin and they're like a cartoon character. Hopefully, so it wasn't made by Sora. I don't know, it's one of those things I'll probably check it out just so I can, like, ensure, like, is there something to this, or is it really just the lowest common denominator? Because I did hear a lot of that same stuff about Skibidi Toilet, then I watched it and I was like, I absolutely see why kids love this. This shit's like Power Rangers, you know? It's just hype aura or hype moments and epic aura the show. Sora AI is shutting down, I know. But this one is I remember Critical did we can Critical reacts to stuff. I'm sure he's fine with people showing a video of his. Sink peeing is out of control.
Oh.
I do love the, like, he does some like, he has the silliest intros sometimes.
Oh. Oh. Wow, great sparring session. But your chakra was way off. You need to work on your Aikido. Study some more Steven Seagal movies, then get back to me. It'll be years before you can challenge me again. But I was impressed with your gumption. Now, it didn't take long, but...
What did that have to do with anything? Fucking nothing.
We have arrived.
But touche.
We're at the point now where AI-generated shorts are more popular than human-made shorts. The old-fashioned flesh and blood has now been phased out of the algorithm in favor of AI. According to the most recent numbers that are being published across YouTube Shorts and TikTok, the fastest growing and the content with the most views is entirely AI generated. And people are willingly choosing to watch it. They're not being deceived or misled into thinking that there was an actual person on the other side. There are just some drooling imbeciles out there that refuse to activate neurons and love to just sit, clap, glazed eyes, watching AI slop. This story in particular is one that's been popping off. An AI-powered TikTok account behind Fruit Love Island series is already the fastest growing ever, gaining 3 million followers in 9 days since launching on March 13th. It has videos hitting tens of millions of views within hours and a rapidly growing fandom. I don't know if it's true or not that it's the fastest growing TikTok account ever. That could just be some phony baloney garbage that's solely there to get some eyes on it and maybe even push some more people to find this channel over there on TikTok. But it is true that in only 9 days, it has reached over 3 million followers and almost all their videos have in excess of 10 million views.
Just crazy. And yeah, here's what a Fruit Love Island looks like.
Of AI. I can't believe it. Future. It's here. Welcome to Fruit Love Island, where 8 single fruits are about to flirt, fight, and trust. Things get messy fast. Okay, this villa's insane. I'm not leaving here single. I just hope the guys are hot.
I'm here to have fun and probably break a few hearts. Bro said the quiet part out loud. I just hope the girls like nice guys.
If you're an avid watcher of Fruit Love Island, if you're an AI cinema enthusiast, you are a genuine loser.
Yeah, and it's like, is there something else here? Is this like trying to be subversive? Because it has the appearance of like the most bargain bin, bottom of the barrel parody. If you could even call it a parody, it's just like doing the same things that that reality shows do, just cutting out all the middleman and making it obvious. I'm feeling so much deja vu right now. And it's like, I can't imagine the plot is anything more than like, oh, did you hear? The banana cheated on the strawberry. What can we do? And like the voices are really off. It's like the character models, I don't know. I don't feel like I've got a gooner brain, but I feel like they're really trying, you know? I feel like that may be a big part about why they're getting so many followers. You know, you look at the thumbnail for this, and you just got big cleavage up there. It's like maybe people see that and they click. Possibly.
Whoa. Now, I know what you're thinking, that people are getting wrapped
Up with. It's time for the first coupling ceremony. The girls will choose which guy they want to couple up with. The guy I want to couple up with is Benanito.
Now, I know what you're thinking, that people are getting wrapped up in this ironically, and you'd be very wrong.
Why do some have hair and others don't? I don't know. In the future, we will create a utopia. Fruit Love Island. I can't even watch the clips in the video. I feel like my brain is disintegrating. Some high school students were asking if I watch Fruit Love Island. I'm so confused. Now I'm disappointed. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is all just a parody. Maybe it's just a joke. But even if it is like a joke, I'm like, you know how many parodies of reality TV shows there are? There's like 5 seasons of Total Drama Island. Hey, go watch that. It bugs me that the models are not consistent. But who knows? Again, it's one of those things. I heard the same shit. People, oh, I can't believe this skibbity toilet is so bad. I can't believe it's such brain rot. And then I watched it and I was like, this ain't that bad. This ain't any worse than like anything we watched as kids that was like fun. I couldn't watch reality TV. Yeah. I mean, that's the big thing, right? Is that reality TV in general is already popular, and I don't understand that. Like, what was it? They're like, what's that thing? It's like every reality show is Big Brother or Survivor. You know, it's either like a game show with challenges and voting, or it's we put people in a weird situation and then we just record what happens. There was at least a mind behind it. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. The visuals are AI generated, but the storylines with this, I feel like if there's any consistency with the names whatsoever, there's probably someone at least writing the dialogue behind the screen. Maybe we're just getting old. Back in the day, they said the same thing about rock music. Yeah, the thing I say, at least about, as far as tastes, I don't know. That's the thing. like when you look back at historically what people said about rock music or almost any new genre of music, was they were comparing it. They weren't comparing it on a quality level, right? Like, here's an example I'll use. Growing up, my dad, he's always been a big fan of rock and roll music. He did not like rap. And I don't think it was because of like racist reasons. Maybe there were like some underlying things, but his big thing, like, because not only did he not like rap, he didn't like techno. He didn't like electronic music. Because to him, music was about expressing yourself through a performance, through playing instruments, or through singing in a way that was emotive. And he didn't understand the appeal of rap because you were just using samplers, or you were using like what he would call piped in music. You know, you're just playing a beat and then you're rapping over it, which has far less like emotiveness than singing. You know, you're not like really hitting high notes. You're not sustaining things for a long time. There's not a whole lot of like volume control. It's just about the flowing and the rhythm and the meter and whatnot. And like, yeah, all that's true, but that's not what rap is like about, right? It's about expressing yourself via the words that you're writing. I remember watching this video where they're talking about like different genres of music and what makes them. And they're like, you can't necessarily look at the musical qualities of a genre to define it. Instead, I'd say that genres are defined by what the artists think is important. So for like a rock musician, a lot of the importance is in the performance. It's in being able to actually play the song, be able to sing the song. And so in rock music, they have no qualms with doing like a cover of another person's song, because if you can hit those notes, if you can play those notes, then you have like the same energy that they did. Whereas like a rap artist looks at their songs as a very personal, I am using my words to express how I feel about something. And you do not see covers in rap music because the idea of singing someone else's words as if they were your own, it's very unpersonal. It's very, very much loses the idea of why you're here talking in the first place. That AI was the worst thing I've ever heard. Jesus. Oh, you went around and did it. So, like, it's one of those things I can see why someone who was ingrained in rock culture, who came up believing these are the things are important, would look down on this brand new musical genre that didn't align with the same things. But I don't think he ever made a quality of like, you know, this is worse music. You can't dance to it. It doesn't have rhythm and beat. It's not musical. It's not creative. Like if I had to sit down and be like, well, you know, the average rock song contains like 110 unique words, and the average rap song contains about 1,000. So yeah, they are losing like a guitar solo, but they're gaining it by having much more virtuosity in what they're saying and how many different things they're saying. But when it comes to AI, they aren't doing anything new or different or original. They aren't doing something in a way I'm not used to. They're just doing the same things but worse. You know? I can never point to the creative things. Rock is very wide and covers a lot of music, yeah. What is this now? Regurgitation. Neural viz? Oh, is this just AI stuff? he is the best. I feel like I've checked this out before, but I can give it another try. Regurgitating things that have already been made, it can't create something new. Yeah, but of course the thing is, you know, even though AI does most of the work, there are still prompt engineers. Someone at the back end had to write some kind of instructions. And you can write instructions for an original piece of music with unique lyrics, even if you're not writing the music yourself. You could write an original story and have the AI create the animation and performers for it. But I feel like you'd still like, here's how I look at it, right? If you had an artist like that you collaborated with, or even you yourself sat down and animated it, then the animation would perfectly match whatever you came up with. Like, you would get better animation because it was custom built for what you were doing. Whereas the animation for Fruit Love Island, like, why are they fruits? Because you could make animated fruits, I suppose. Have you seen those people who say they're too lazy to come up with prompts? I find it weird how games will be exposed for using AI during development. There'll be some drama and then everyone forgets. Well, not everyone. We could talk about punk rock. Yeah, some people would be like, punk rock is just noise. But it, you know, it wasn't about being a virtuoso musician. It was about expressing yourself. The archive in between. Ooh. Spooky. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, that's going to be the thing, right? What a lot of the AI defenders always say is, this is the worst AI is ever going to get. It's only going to improve from here. And if the techniques improve to the point that you have very narrow control over what you want to do, then it becomes like a tool. Like, if AI ever got to the point where I could be like, okay, what I would like is a white human male, 6 feet tall, with hair down to his ears, and it would like generate that, and I could be like, okay, he needs to have slightly more square jaw. Okay, he needs to like do this. Like, if you could go in and make it so that basically what you're doing is Photoshop or Blender, except instead of moving shapes around on something, you're giving verbal commands. But at least from what I've experienced, you do not have fine control with AI. That's why so many inconsistencies show up. That's why the models always shift. Because even if you make a static image, it cannot keep that through the animation. You know what I mean? Need a prompt from the AI that creates a prompt. Is that from a mod, or was it? Yeah, it was like one of the like 2-year anniversaries or whatever. The machine also hallucinates. Yeah. But yeah. So my point is, I can perceive of a theoretical future where AI has evolved to the point that what you have is not even necessarily like an AI, but some kind of digital workstation where you can type or talk to the computer and it will do its best to generate what you say. as like a 3D model, and then you'll be able to tweak it by giving instructions in real language instead of having to learn like a series of very technical skills of how do you shape the model. To me, that would be like you're just removing a layer of abstraction from the process and allowing people to be more creative. But right now, it's not that. It's not anywhere near that. And we're already running up to the problem where in order to do what we're doing now, like 10-second loops on Sora, like very small AI video snippets, with like the best computers and entire server farms, it is eating up like billions of dollars. So I don't see how it could improve tenfold without a tenfold cost in energy. And we already can't afford the energy it's using now. So there would not only need to be a breakthrough in AI, there would need to be a breakthrough in like how we physically build computers, how we generate electricity, how electricity is like divided among people. And then you fine-tune the outcomes. Meanwhile, you could just do it for far less and far easier in Blender. And basically a voice-controlled 3D modeling software. Yeah. Tell me the top is better, like Redditors. I mean, I don't know what you mean by better. The bottom certainly has more details. I guess I could show this to people. This is the real, like... They're talking about the thing that enhances graphics. It looks better. See, I think that's the thing that, like, gets me. And maybe it's because I've taken art classes. Maybe it's because I've designed a thing or two. But, like, to me, I don't look at this and see, like, this one is objectively better than this one. I see two different art styles. One goes for a more simplistic tone, one goes for a more realistic tone. But if you're playing, like, a goofy game of mobsters, this might fit better than this. You know, I think it's like there's this idea that, that game graphics are what they are because of technical limitations, and not because people decided to simplify things. You know, it reminds me, there's like a million things where they're... Here, one second. I should be able to find this. It's like, here you go. Tell me this isn't better. He looks more realistic, chat. It's like, Bart Simpson doesn't look like this because Matt Groening couldn't draw humans, or he didn't want them to have realistic proportions. He chose to make them look like this. Because it makes for more interesting characters that are more expressive. I feel like I went to school with a kid that's the most cursed thing I've ever seen. I didn't even pick the most cursed one. You want to see the more cursed one? It's getting bigger and it's like growing down the thing. Yeah, this keeps the proportions. It's like, this is what he would look like as a human. Yeah, that's stupid. The other one I could at least see, like, you know, this one is like a 3D model of like what Bart would look like as a reasonably human person. The eyes are a little big and the face isn't quite right, but like this is kind of close to like what a visual representation would be. And so when we go back to... Where's it at? So we go back to this. It's this idea of like, well, what they wanted was him to have like more lines on his face. What they wanted was for you to see the grooves in the pipes here. Is this like a makeshift shotgun? I mean, that's the thing, I don't have context for it. Like, if this is supposed to be an actual shotgun, the DLS-5 has done like a bad job because it's increased the graphic fidelity to the point that I can tell this is 2 pipes on top of a 2x4. Because I guess that's what the model kind of looks like, right? But here I can just be like, that's a shotgun. Whereas here it looks off. The guy's tie not being the same. Yeah, it is kind of weird too that they changed the tie. Like, why did they make the tie different? This is like a perfectly reasonable tie. Or like, this is not like, was he intended to have a pinstripe suit? Or was it supposed to be like a blue suede suit? It's one of those things where like, the fact that there aren't lines on this top one might be a model limitation, or it might be that they had a different thing in mind, and now this bottom one is changing what kind of suit he's wearing, making a decision based not on the personality of the character or what was the style at the time, but simply because adding more lines makes it more fidelity. And yeah, they also changed the color of his hat. The devs, artists are the ones who decide the outcome, not the AI. Oh, okay. So the artists did decide that this was what they wanted it to look like? What game is this even? I don't know. The curse. Mafia 2, I think. Yeah, now all that being said, I'm not gonna look and be like, oh, well, the bottom one looks worse, because it's the same thing, you know? If that's what they intended him to look like, and that's what they want him to look like, then that's better. I think at the end of the day, what's better or worse is what the creators intended. If AI is allowing artists to better realize what they, like, the vision in their heads, if it's helping them to bring it to life in a way they couldn't before, then yeah, that's a good tool. But it doesn't feel like that's what it's being used for most of the time. It feels like oftentimes it's some kind of, like in the case of the DLS-5 or whatever it is, it feels like some corporate executive who it's like the same attitude with like the live action Lion Kings, where they're like, that was good, but that's just a bunch of lines on paper. What if it were real animals? And it's like, well, real animals don't have like emotive faces that you can read the emotions on. And if you tried to make a lion smile like a human does, it would look really like monstrous and uncanny. That's why we make them like a cartoon face. Weren't some devs saying they didn't know the DLSS 5 was going to be AI when they agreed to it? They don't have the bedroom eyes, smile. It was unannounced tech. The executives got to choose which projects are forced to use it. Yeah. And the other thing to consider too, like even if, because obviously there's a lot of people who were not artists before who felt like you know, oh, I had these ideas in my head, but I never had the patience to sit down and learn to draw. But now through the like, I can write really well, so I can use prompts to make the visual representations of what I say. And I can kind of understand that from the same thing that I could see, like, someone wants to learn to play the guitar. They don't have the willpower or the dexterity to actually play the guitar, but they can get a digital audio workstation and learn how music works, and then put the notation for the guitar and have it play it like that. It's like, okay, that I understand that. The difference, of course, is when you want to if you want to make like a digital guitar, that means you're trading off having to learn the dexterity of the guitar for having to learn very, very in-depth notation. It's having to learn a whole lot about music theory and how to write and compose music, so that, you know, the stuff that you would normally hear or feel in how you move, you have to be able to do that on a minute level. Because otherwise it's not going to sound right. If you could just go into an AI and be like, give me a driving guitar, a guitar beat, you know? Like, that may not be what they necessarily had in mind, but now that they've seen it, it kind of replaces what they had in mind, you know? Or let me give an example. Like, this is one of the few things I have experience with, because I spent like a month and a half experimenting around with Suno when I made that the AI music. Is like, what I would do before I start was I would I would write some lyrics, and I would write them with some kind of beat in mind. You know, I would make sure that they had the right amount of syllables to match into the beat. And I would try to add like spaces and hyphens and periods so that when it generated the song, it sounded close to what I had in mind. But if I didn't record me like singing what I thought it would be beforehand, as soon as I started generating the first couple, those versions replaced the theoretical thing in my mind. I heard something and I was like, oh, well, that kind of fits. I guess I can work with that. And the few times when I did sit down and like, you know, I would record like da 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 da, and then I would record, and then I would have it generate a bunch of different songs. I'd come back, and the stuff I generated didn't sound anything like my original idea. And so there's something to be said for visual artists who like, oh, I have an idea in my head of a thing, and they describe it, and then they get the output from the AI, and it shifts the idea they had in their head. Now that they've seen a visual representation of it, they kind of accept certain things about it. It's like, oh, maybe I didn't put an exact height, but now that I see them looking 6'2", that seems about right. That seems where they should be. So a bunch of decisions get taken out that, as an artist, you would have to actually sit down and come up with. The Paleo song, yeah. The like, set 5 pass, kicking some ass. Suno can make great music if you know how to properly prompt it and adjust it, yeah. Like I said, I feel like some of the stuff I made was pretty good, and I had to work fairly hard to like get like the King of Cars song was the result of me writing the lyrics very carefully, again adding punctuation to get it to spell out things right, and then having to fork off and make like 4 different versions of it, and then going into an editing program and stitching together verses from different versions so that they fit into one cohesive song. What genre would the Paleo song be? Country? Yeah, probably country. I mean, I sung it like a country song. I told it to use country music instruments. Have y'all, for those of you who haven't seen that, Hardleg Paleo song. I said I keep getting people commenting like, when are you going to make more of these? I'm like, I'm not. I had fun experimenting with it, but I decided it wasn't worth all the problems with it. I never heard the car song. Yeah. With the cowboy hat.
Well, howdy. Round these parts, we play control decks. Set 5 pass, kicking some ass. Flipping up cards is a gosh darn blast. Paleo traps and roll back. Milling them all plus a fiend back jack. Well, can we win the duel from here? Climbing the ladder with Paleozoic. Underdog deck got me feeling heroic. Can we get to master singing this song? Maybe if the duels didn't take so long.
Yeah, I think it also helps that, like, I sang this one. So, like, even though the background music was AI generated in the tone, it's like I threw a human element in there. But that's not the same thing with the, what was it, with the real hoot and the holler. Here's the King of Cars song. This is the one that is all AI. Again, I did write the lyrics, and I did end up stitching together a bunch of different generations to make it. But this is like 80% AI, 20% me writing lyrics.
Yo, I heard you talking smack about my ride. Don't do that. My car is fantastic, even though the AC is busted. Vehicle is bombastic, but the brakes are all rusted. Squeaky squeak at every stop. My friends all think that I'm a cop. Rattle, rattle in a row. Hope that I don't hit that pole. I feel like a king when I cruise down the street. The crowds all part when the engine goes steep. They may hardly run. It's probably not legal, but my Pinto's a throne, and damn, I feel regal.
I think this one's really funny. Again, I just had a lot of fun writing funny lyrics.
My mode of transport is second to none. I'm missing some mirrors, but that makes it more fun. What's that look in your eye? I don't like your tone. Yeah, the floorboards are gone. Don't you like the Flintstones? Feel like a king when I cruise down the street.
What was this for? This is just me and my friend messing
The
around.
crowds all part when the engine goes ski. It may hardly run. It's probably not legal, but my Pinto's a throne, and damn, I feel regal. It's like a parade everywhere that I go. People honking waves as I cruise by slow. No, I can't speed up. No, I can't turn right. But with wheels like this, I could drive all night. I feel like a king when I cruise down the street.
Simply Wits rating with a party of 14. Welcome. If you thought we were playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I switched to just chatting. We forgot.
And damn, I feel regal. Beep, beep, mother trucker. Crunch, crack, you know that. Beep, beep, mother trucker.
I like the Paleo song because of your voice. It feels more relatable. Yeah. This one I felt like I couldn't use my voice because the whole like joke of it is that it's got to be sung by like a very full of himself kind of like douchebag car bro, right? Someone who's very, very confident about their car. It's got to have that like Lonely Island kind of feel. And I can't do that voice. I don't think it would sound as good coming from me. This is my favorite AI song I've heard from Twitch. What is... Oh, it's on Suno? So you... the Bishop of Backshots. You should link the song on Suno. I think I closed down my account. Like, it's not on Suno, it's just on my music channel.
On marble thrones of lust they sit, the gods of mischief wits unfit. A chalice spills, the wine turns red, the bishop laughs, the mortals dread. The bishop of Backshots, ruler of sin, your altar's the chaos where prayers begin. Backwards, forwards, the rhythm won't cease. In shadows you barter, no temple of peace.
I get it. It's you know, it's what's it called? That was a good one. I'm looking at the lyrics, I'm like, it could be better. And I mean, that's the thing, right? The other thing about AI, why Sora failed so spectacularly, is because it allows you to craft something that so perfectly, or not so perfectly, but that like fits what you want so specifically, that oftentimes I find like a song that I made that I really like has zero effect on other people. Other people's AI songs have zero effect on me. You can tell their ass. Yeah, the only other AI song I've ever enjoyed was the one made by, what's his name? Was it Oni? Yeah. Oni Plays. They made their little and that's how I found it, is they had a video where they were using Suno to just write crazy shit. I stink.
I stink, I stink, I need a drink. My willy shrink when me wash the stink. Water cold when wash the mold. Mother told I bought she scold. Mother hit me, mother slapped me. Daddy bring me to the fire, throw me. I burn, I burn, I yearn, oh, just to be cold again.
And this is one of the few examples where it's like, the lyrics aren't especially good. They didn't really try. They just happened to generate like a very generic sounding, like, danceable rhythm. It sounds like the plot of a Three Stooges. It's weirdly like, it's so vague that it could almost be like anything.
I stink,
I stink, I need a drink. My willy shrink when we wash the stink. Water cold when wash the mold. Mother told I bowl, she scold. Mother hit me, mother slapped me. Daddy bring me to the fire, throw me in.
I burn,
I burn,
I burn,
I burn, I yearn. Oh, just to be cold again. I think that's another thing. Like, they found the right rhythm that it's really fun to sing. I think some are funny, and that's about the best I could do. Yeah, maybe it's just me. The only song I liked was an ad for a mobile game. I don't get ads, so it's good. This one is decent. What do you got here, Kale? The customer is always fucking wrong.
See that lady in the fur coat walking through that door. She's got a sharp haircut and we're about to close the store. She's making a beeline for the service desk, but she's about to receive a reality check. Cause the customer is always fucking wrong. They talk a bunch of shit, but we know what is going on. Does your dumb ass think that I was born yesterday? If you ain't got a receipt, then you can walk the fuck away. Cause there ain't no time.
Yeah, this is one of those. To be fair, I've seen other artists do this. Starbomb has a whole bunch where it's like, in this one, why you don't need the word fucking in here. Cause the customer is always wrong. Yeah, the customer is always wrong. But by adding the fucking in, you kind of like ruin the thing to it. But this is a good example. If I showed you the original like Paleozoic song, I think that was something like when I redid the lyrics, I changed some stuff up that I didn't like.
Always fucking wrong. They talk a bunch of shit, but we know what is going on.
They talk a bunch of shit, but they don't know what's going on. That's how I would have done it.
Does your dumb ass think that I was born yesterday? If you ain't got a receipt, then you can walk the fuck away. Cause there ain't no time. I'm fucking gone at 5. And I know your banshee ass don't care if I live or die. So to you, I bid adieu. Because you're always fucking wrong. Bitch, say so long.
Yeah, I got 1.6 million views. Fuck, man. Fuck. That's so many. Didn't you have to spell paleo weird to get the AI to say it right? Yeah. I wonder if I still have that. The thing that you download from Suno where it shows the actual lyrics you wrote in. I think I got it for one of them. Yeah. Let me go ahead. Yeah, like this one. Bongos, chanting, flutes.
Zoic, Paleozoic, 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 Zoic, Paleozoic, Zoic, Paleozoic.
Although, I'm just noticing... Wait, I didn't spell it wrong. Oh, is this the early one where I didn't have it right? I mean, I had to do it for Zoic. 1 second. Oh yeah, there you can see. To get him to go instead of Paleo. Paleo. Zoic.
Paleozoic Laraconia, Paleozoic anomalocalis, Paleozoic Copabinia, Paleozoic Comparasta, Paleozoic forever. Paleozoic
Trap card. Yeah, and just the parentheses where the periods are at and everything. But this one, I don't think this is even on the channel, because even though this came out with something that was kind of like neat sounding, I didn't think it was good enough to actually like release. Oh yeah, and you can see this is the exact same instructions, the exact same text as the previous one, but there's so much what's it called? Inconsistencies.
Paleozoic Canadia, Paleozoic Pinonicius, Paleozoic Marella, Paleozoic Lanicolia, Paleozoic Alamalacaris, Paleozoic Opabinia, Paleozoic Camberasta, Paleozoic forever, Paleozoic.
Yeah, so that just goes to show you too, it's like, even with the exact same instructions, I got both of these songs. Exact same instructions. So it's like, how much can I really claim over, like, how much work I've done? Like, yeah, I came up with the lyrics, I made them a certain way, but the entire song is different. Fighting for its life, saying some of those names, yeah. I will give it, this is the other one I kept only because if I ever get like a digital audio workstation, I want to take this this flute line, this riff, because man, they came up with a good one.
Paleozoic, 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 Paleozoic Canadia, Paleozoic Diminutius, Paleozoic Marella, Paleozoic Leanicolia, Paleozoic Anomalocaris, Paleozoic Copabinia, Paleozoic Camerasta, Paleozoic forever.
How many versions did you run this through? Like a lot. The thing is, whenever, if you've never used Suno before, whenever you tell it to make something, it always generates 2 versions. And usually what you want to do is tell it to make, like, try something like 4 or 5 times, so you'll get 8 to 10 versions of every song. The Western one was very fun. Yeah, that was completely different style. But yeah. That's enough talking about AI. That's probably enough talking for tonight. I was like, oh, I'm about ready to go, and then we got on a little tangent. But hopefully you enjoyed these tangents. You like yapping. We got any yap fans in the audience? The car song consistently. I was talking about this before. I have my one friend that I play Magic the Gathering with, he showed it to his girlfriend, and she's like, my brother plays that song constantly. I understand why you stopped, but I enjoyed the songs. Yeah. And like I've hopefully made it clear, it's like, I'm not opposed to making more kinds of music like that on a fundamental level. I just think right now with the state of the world, there are more disadvantages to using AI than advantages. If we solve a lot of the problems that seem like they make it unsustainable, then like, who knows? Maybe sometime, or if the problems get so bad that like people just stop caring. Can we repress them for karaoke? I mean, I don't have karaoke versions of them. I could sing over the top of them if you want. AI is for losers. For the most, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, it's like another part of it is everyone who really, really likes AI is also really, really cringy. It makes it really easy to hate on AI when, like, the worst people you know are the ones who love it. Let's go. Okay, but anyway, I'm going to get going for now. Also some of the dumbest, yeah. The fuck? Oh, okay. Oops. They're really hurting their case. Yeah, so we're gonna get going. Tomorrow is Master Duel Masochist. So if you're interested at all, we'll be doing that. We might do Outer Wilds afterwards if the person who requested it is back in town. Who knows? I might try to see if I can get a special guest over. We'll see. I assume this headache will be gone by the time I get onto it. Farewell, Fazbear. I do need to watch the bod, Fad. I obviously deafened during our duel. Ah. I don't remember which one you were. There wasn't much, though. Usually when I was dueling, I was, like, focusing on what I was doing. Very few tiered deck this time of month. Nice. Yeah, we'll be going in with gold. I might see if I can build a Cyberse deck. So yeah, we got Masochist tomorrow. We've also got Masochist on YouTube tomorrow, so if you haven't kept up with that series. This Sunday, we've got the first episode of Fill in the Jank. That'll be on the channel. If you're a $5 patron, it's already up on the Patreon. $5 patrons got to watch it on Wednesday. I'm a little worried. I specifically was like, hey, check this out and give me any feedback. And I got 0 feedback, which either means it's great or it's really cringy, and it's so cringy that people don't want to tell me it's bad. I suppose we'll find out on Sunday. Next week we will be starting the DDD ladder climb. I need to get like a suit. Oh, the ladder won't be reset on Tuesday, so we'll be doing something else on Tuesday. I'll have to figure out something there. Who knows? And then Thursday we'll probably be starting the DDD ladder climb. Power Tool Braver Dragon. Nice. Also, the Speedroid ladder climb should be out by then. For now, I'm going to send you over to Aras. Go say hi to the penguin. Go be nice. Cat's in the chat. I will see you tomorrow, and if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you Tuesday. Until then, good luck and have fun.